Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and throw this over to an interview with the upcoming runner Moka by Ghoul, and this interview will be translated by Hoi Shin.
Welcome back to RPG Limit Break. I'm Ghoul02 here with Hoi Shin, who's going to be translating so that we can interview Moka, who is one of our Japanese runners. Moka-san, how are you doing today?
岡さん、今日はどんな感じですか？
はい、今日はもうどうでしょうね、体調もよくなんて言うんでしょうね、RPG リミットブレイクに出場できたことを光栄に思っています。
Yeah, I'm doing fine, and I'm very excited to join RPG Limit Break.
Yeah, of course. So, is this your first time doing anything with the Western Marathon, or how do you prepare for something like this?
今回の RPG リミットブレイクは初めての、英語圏でのマラソンでの参加ですが、準備はどのような感じでやっていましたか？
そうですね、英語圏で初めておそらく参加、ずいぶん昔に出たことはありますけれど、このような大きなイベントに出るのは初めてです。参加にあたっていろいろ、4時間半の予定時間のゲームで長いので、区間練習を繰り返したりしながら今日まで臨んできました。
So, I have been part of smaller marathon events, but for this such a scale of event, it is the first time to join the English-speaking Western marathon. And for preparation, I've been doing a segmented practice to practice.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're running Valkyrie Profile Lenneth, which is, I believe, the PS4 version. Why that version specifically?
バルキリープロファイルでは PS4 で走られると思うんですが、なぜ PS4 のバージョンを選んだんですか？
そうですね、できればオリジナル版が PS なのでそちらでプレイしたかったのですが、ものすごく値段が高騰していまして、あまりに高すぎる中でこの PS4 版は2000円、20ドルですね、で買えるので、単純に安さから、あとはできればやはり英語圏のイベントなので、英語で皆さんで披露したかったのもあって、英語でプレイできるバージョンを選びました。
So I wish I could play on the PS original version, but it was very expensive nowadays. So I choose to play PS4 version. And also the fact that I'm playing for the English community, English-speaking marathon, PS4 you can play with the English language. So I choose to play with the English language, PS4.
Oh, okay. Is that difficult at all for you? I know that a lot of English runners will run games in Japanese because they'll be faster, but I don't know how much experience you have playing games in English.
英語でゲームをするのは難しいですか？それとも、今までにもいろいろ経験はありますか？
そうですね、元の日本語の文字を完全に覚えているので、英語はアルファベットが読めれば大体わかるので、そういう、位置を覚えてプレイしていますね。
So I memorize, I obviously remember the names, item names and such in Japanese. So I remember the placement, and also I can read the alphabets to read the similar names in English. So that's how I play it.
That's really awesome. Yeah, that's super, super cool. What's your favorite thing about the speedrun?
スピードランの中では何が一番、お気に入りのところですか？
そうですね、イベントシーンが非常に多いゲームなんですけれど、アクションシーンも魅力的で、多彩なアクションがあること、また、RPG なので戦闘がたくさんあるのですが、戦闘相当頑張って戦略詰めまして、すべてのボスに2ターンまで倒せるように研究していますので、それを見どころとさせていただきたいなと思っております。
So there are a lot of cutscenes in this game, but there's a lot of action scenes in this game too, which is my favorite thing about the game. And also there are a lot of fights, and especially in the boss fights, I created strategy so that I can defeat the bosses in 2 turns for each. So that's also something I like about.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I love it when RPGs have some really interesting rooting to them. As I understand it, you're really involved with RTA in Japan, which for anybody that's not familiar with it is kind of like the Japanese equivalent to like a game's done quick. What exactly do you do with them, and how did that start?
RT in Japan で運用されていると思うんですけど、RT in Japan ではどのようなことをしていますか？
そうですね、オーガナイザーなので、全体の役割を見る、おそらく小池さんが詳しいかと思いますが、そういう役割をしています。
So I am main organizer of the event. So I mainly oversee the event itself and how other staff are doing mainly. それで、それともう一つ質問なんですが、アルティンジャパンどのような形で始めたんでしょうか？
そうですね、元のイベントはやはり日本にこのようなみんなでイベントを一つの場所で披露するというイベントがなかったものですから、まずは GDQ を参考にしながら日本でも同じようなものができたらなという思いで始めていきました。
There's not a single big speedrun marathon that many different communities come together. So I wanted to organize something like GDQ, referencing to GDQ to organize such event, and that's why I created Art in Japan to hold the event.
We've had a couple of Western runners in RTA in Japan in the past. Is that something that's really exciting that you'd like to see more of? Like, how does that end up happening?
過去にもアルティンジャパンで、英語圏の奏者の方が参加されたことがあると思うんですが、それについてはどのように考えてますか？
そうですね、英語圏の方々からも日本の島国なので、そこまで来てプレイしていただけるというのはすごく嬉しく思ってますし、今後も興味があったら来ていただきたいなと思っています。
So Japan is very far away from other English-speaking countries, from US and Europe. So it's very fortunate that they are coming to the Japan to participate in Art in Japan. And yeah, that's something I'm excited about and looking forward in the future too.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. I'm looking forward to your run. I can't wait to see it.
ありがとうございました。ランを見るのを楽しみにしています。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
Alrighty, folks, that was an awesome interview. I want to go ahead and mention again that I am taking over for the lovely Lore Lady. We have a few donations that are carrying over from that previous Pokemon run. We have $7.98 from Steven. Says, as promised, here's an Eevee for each loss. I'll even throw in an extra one for such a great run. And we also got a $100 donation. Love the event so far. Unfortunately, I won't be able to catch all the Valkyrie profile run tonight. This is one of my all-time favorites. So to make up for my absence during what I'm sure will be an amazing run, take some money. $100 for 100%. Go RPG Limit Break and go Nami. And folks, I did want to go ahead and plug that we are in a new prize block. So for the duration of Valkyrie Profile to the end of Wilder Myth 5 chapters, we are entering a new prize block featuring some Fighter and Thief Pearls, some Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Collection on Switch, a Neptunia hoodie, Trials SC Commission poster, some other great prizes during this new block. So go ahead and get in those donations if you want to see those, and if you want to check out those prizes, visit rpglimitbreak.com. chat, we want to send out a thanks to the people involved in our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream, and our Japanese stream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love. Still getting set up over here, chat, but I did want to also go ahead and plug some of our unmet incentives. We are still about $349 short of the Legend of Heroes Trials in the Sky SC glitch exhibition after the run. So if you want to see that glitch exhibition, be sure to get in those donations by the end of Valkyrie Profile. Welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2023. Once again, my name is Hebbinks, and it looks like we are all set to watch this 100% Valkyrie Profile Lenneth run with Moka. Take it away, folks.
All right, hello everybody. I am puwexil. I'm here to do some commentary for Moka's run of Valkyrie Profile, the 100% category. We'll get into that as we go. This game has a fairly lengthy intro, so why don't we go ahead and get started? So Moka, if you want to give us a countdown, and we'll start the timer.
Yes, I'm Moka, and I'm from Japan. Let's enjoy. Now I can count down 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you.
All right, so this is Valkyrie Profile. This is a very, very unique action RPG that by Tri-Ace, developed by Tri-Ace, published by Enix. It was originally released for the PlayStation 1 in late 1999 in Japan, and then 2000 in the rest of the world. And Moka is going to be running on the remaster that came out on the PlayStation 4 and 5 earlier this year, or it was either, or, I don't know, I'm sorry, it was late last year. And yeah, the remaster is a port of another port of the game that was on the PlayStation Portable, I believe in 2008 approximately. And then we'll get into, there's a couple minor version differences here and there that I'll go over as they become relevant too. But yeah, as is the case with a lot of PlayStation 1 RPGs, unfortunately cutscenes are not skippable in this game. So it is going to be a little bit before we kind of really get going with the action proper. But the upside to that is we do get to experience the full story and all of the glorious music by Motoi Sakuraba as we go too. All right, so this game is based on Norse mythology, very, very heavily so too, because it's fairly common in a lot of JRPGs. that elements of Norse mythology come in, like the character of
How
Odin,
nostalgic.
the Valkyries, and just kind of references to deities and beings in Norse mythology. But this game is very, very heavily tied into it as far as kind of what Valkyries are, what they do, the legend of Ragnarok, the war between the Aesir and the Vanir. And yeah, and so we're just kind of getting introduced to the Valkyrie, whose name is Lenneth. And yeah, and I guess during our opening credits, why don't we go ahead and, if we have any donations or other blurbs, why don't we go ahead and kick it off?
Oh, there's a little bit of love coming in here. I almost feel guilty interrupting this beautiful intro, though. But, you know, we're raising money for a good cause here. We got a $10 donation from Shy with no comment, but I wanted to thank everybody who donates to this event. You do not have to include a comment, and every little bit counts. So please, if you want to go ahead and donate any amount is appreciated. We also got a $100 donation from Pharmacist Judge. It says, "Come to me, Dark Warriors. The battle awaits us."
Yeah, this game has really some very nice voice acting, and on the English version of the game, a lot of the voice actors were also voice actors for Pokemon in English around the same time too. So we're just seeing some lovely shots of Valhalla right now, which is the world of the gods, also known as the Aesir. All right, and then Lenneth is going home to Valhalla, meeting a goddess named Frey. Fairly minor character, but her sister Freya, who we're about to meet after that, is a little more significant.
Of course. I've been waiting for you, Lenneth. I've been waiting since my sister Freya told me you were coming back.
Has it been that long? Are you well?
Yes! Oh, Lord Odin is waiting.
Probably
for
start
you
talking a
again.
little about the category too that we're running tonight, which is 100%.
Of course. We will speak later, Frey.
There's a number of ways you can speedrun this game. Kind of the shortest possible category that kind of gets a true ending is called the B ending. Because one of the really unique things about this game is that it has kind of an open world style design where kind of once we're past this introduction, we're able to go to the world of Midgard, the world of mortals basically, and have kind of a lot of free reign over where we go and what we do. As far as kind of both fulfilling Valkyrie's mission for Odin, but also trying to kind of learn some more about her secret past that even she doesn't know about. And it is actually possible to beat this game with doing very, very little of the story, and that's what the B ending run goes for. And I believe it's generally about a 50-minute run or so.
At your service.
Then there's the A ending, which is kind of more considered the true ending, and that's about roughly about a 2.5-hour run.
You have no need to kneel before us. Like
And
a
then this
dweller
is
in
going to be
Midgard.
100%, which in addition to getting the A ending,
I
also
understand.
needs to collect all artifacts, which more or less means completing all of the dungeons in the game, because artifacts are your rewards for completing dungeons. And then in order to get access to the largest amount of dungeons, Moka needs to play on hard mode. This game has 3 difficulties, easy, normal, and hard. And
You have been missed.
what the difficulty does is kind of different compared to a lot of other RPGs that have difficulty. Like in a lot of games, the difficulty affects enemy stats, like in particular, like their health and attack power. But in this game, it just changes a lot more aspects of the game. That doesn't include enemies too.
Yes,
Like
my lord.
some dungeons have slightly different layouts in hard mode. The type of dungeons you go to is different too. Like there's more dungeons in hard mode, and a lot of them have kind of a heavy focus on
Ragnarok?
puzzle solving and exploration. And you also do get more time to go to places in Midgard for playing on hard mode. But kind of what the trade-off for getting all of that extra stuff too is that characters that you play as all start at level 1, which is going to matter quite a bit for Moka's route for 100%. Characters join at level 1 instead of a higher level tied to that. Okay, so I guess kind of story-wise too, Valkyrie is getting her mission from Lord Odin. The kind of
great things from you.
Odin knows that Ragnarok, which is the final battle between the gods and the fire giants, is approaching, and
Yes, my lord.
in order for the Aesir to win that war, they send a Valkyrie to Midgard to recruit what are called Einherjar, which are the souls of warriors that are kind of trained on Midgard and then brought to Asgard, the world of the gods, in order to fight in Ragnarok. So we're seeing Lenneth don her armor for the first time. This is actually something that was added to the game for the PSP version, and then now the PS4 and PS5 remaster. Some of the cutscenes were changed, like in the PS1 version original, all of the cutscenes were drawn kind of more like anime style, and then they were redone in the PSP to look, or to be based on CGI, and then there were some extra CGI scenes that were added into, like that was the first one there. I want to say there's maybe like a dozen or so new cutscenes that were added in.
And it would be unkind of me to send you alone.
All right, and with that, then Valkyrie, and then another goddess named Freya, who's kind of Odin's attendant and basically Valkyrie's supervisor in her mission, head down to Midgard to kind of start the process of recruiting Einherjar. You'll notice that during this cutscene here, the text is going much, much faster than it did on the voiced cutscene that came before this. There's a lot of voice dialogue and cutscenes in this game, but there's also a lot that's just text only. And for most of the unvoiced text, there's a really convenient thing you can do where you can just hold, I believe it's the R1 button plus the whatever you have the confirm button set to. Like when I play this, it's usually X. And that will just kind of automatically turbo through text as fast as possible. All right, so now we're getting introduced to another really central mechanic of Valkyrie Profile, which is what is called spiritual concentration. So like I said, Valkyrie's mission is to recruit the souls of warriors to fight in Ragnarok, and then she has a power called spiritual concentration, which she uses to kind of hear I think as the game puts it, hear the crying out of the souls of warriors who are about to meet their end. So the first time we do this, we're every time you do it, one of the effects of it is to kind of activate an Einherjar on the world map. And the first time you do it, you're always getting Arngrim and Jolanda. Arngrim being kind of the first fighter Einherjar, and then Jolanda being the first mage. All right, so then every time we're going to recruit a new Einherjar, which is actually something we're going to be doing very, very little of over the course of the run, because 100% is all dungeons and all artifacts, but it's not all Einherjar, and there's a very big reason for that, and that's that every time you recruit a new Einherjar, there's usually a couple minutes of cutscenes where you're getting introduced to the Einherjar and their backstory and kind of how they met their end and joined Valkyrie. And that's a lot of extra cutscenes and not really a lot of extra gameplay. All right, so now we get our first battle. We get introduced to this game's battle system with the fight between Arngrim and another human named Lawfer, and then a lesser harpy. And then the way the battle system in this game works is that each character in your party is mapped to one of the face buttons on your controller. Then pressing that will make them do a physical attack or cast a spell if they're a mage. And just for that simple battle there, all you can do is just use physical attacks. But that is kind of the first source of randomness in the run too. Just because we saw it happen once, where for one turn the Harpy blocked the attacks from both Arngrim and Lawfur. I mean, it's not a really big deal at this point, but if you're going for a really optimized time, that's something that can be a reason to reset, especially if the Harpy blocks your attacks multiple times. I believe Moka does have some techniques he uses for that Harpy fight too, by I believe holding left on the D-pad, which I think influences the randomness a bit to make the Harpy less likely to block his attacks. But yeah, only getting one block isn't really too bad. Too optimally, it's 0 though. All right, so we're seeing a little more about Arngrim here. We kind of see that he's a mercenary for a kind of a war-torn kingdom called Artolia, and he lives with his brother, who's I believe an artist, and who has some physical disabilities and isn't really able to leave their house very often. So Arngrim fights and battles as a mercenary in order to make money to support himself and his brother. And then here we're seeing the princess of Artolia named Jolanda, who's kind of a very spoiled young lady. We're kind of seeing the first meeting between Arngrim and Jolanda here, where the king is presenting Arngrim with a trophy in recognition for I believe just for a battle he recently won. But he's kind of Arngrim knows that the king just thinks that he's beneath him, that he's kind of unworthy of the honors, and that the king is just kind of going through the motions. And then Arngrim kind of makes his feelings known by smashing the statue right in front of the king and the crowd, which Jolanda isn't too happy with. Thanks. Well, we're seeing the rest of this. You got anything for us, Hebbings?
I sure do. There's been a lot of love coming in these cutscenes. I have $10 from Zero Wing with no comment. I have $100 from Anonymous with no comment. And I have $20 from Andy Lynn, no comment, but I do want to thank all of you all the same. I have $25 from RPG Book Club. Says Valkyrie Profile was one of my first games I made friends over. I'm excited to see the run with one of my favorite RPG runners, puwexil, on the couch to boot. Good luck, Moka. And we have a $50 donation from Ye Must Desire Respite from thy unmet incentives. Thou shalt have it.
That's a battle quote we'll be hearing a decent amount later on. All right, so then Jolanda was not too happy that Arngrim embarrassed her father, the king, by breaking the statue, so she's kind of trying to get revenge, basically, by wearing this pretty flimsy disguise. It's really obvious if you see what her face portrait is in her text here, which I don't think you really can when Moka is fast advancing through the text. But she's kind of trying to offer Arngrim a mercenary job, and I'm kind of forgetting exactly if she even has a plan beyond that, as far as trying to kind of get revenge for her family's humiliation. But as part of that, she kind of demands that he take her to a restaurant in Artolia, and then and then some more kind of wacky stuff happens with her, getting drunk, basically, off of, I think it's sake here. As you see by her face turning red. Yeah, I mean, one thing I do really love about this game, too, just besides the fun battle system and the amazing soundtrack and the unique designs, too, is just how good the sprite work is, too. Like, I really like PlayStation 1 era games that still use two-dimensional sprites as opposed to going to 3D models, because I feel like those have aged very, very well compared to a lot of early 3D games on the PS1, and this game definitely fits into that as far as just kind of how fluid and detailed the the sprite work is during both the story events and then also the battles. Yeah, you know we're in for kind of a fairly lengthy bit of plot here when we get prompted to save our game in the middle of it. But yeah, I guess, yeah, so Jolanda kind of, by passing out, just kind of revealed who she really is, and Arngrim, kind of embarrassed, just took her back to his house until she wakes up. But yeah, well, I guess while we're going up on to the next beat here, what have you got for us, Hibbinks?
I want to go ahead and remind everybody that RPG Limit Break is proud to once again partner with the Yeti to bring you 6 awesome t-shirts that are now available. Head over to theyeti.com/RPGLB, take a look at the designs, pick up the one that you know that you want, and know that every $5 from every t-shirt purchase will be donated to NAMI. And remember, Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E. theyeti.com/RPGLB.
But
So here we're having a little bit of a kind of understanding by Arngrim now that he's kind of thinking back to what he did, and he still doesn't like the king for disrespecting him, but he does kind of come to understand that kind of embarrassing the king in front of his daughter, that he doesn't blame Jolanda for hating him as a result of that. Like he was saying there, like what child would forgive anyone who embarrassed their sire? So then, yeah, Jolanda, kind of horribly embarrassed at what just happened, takes off, and I think Arngrim is kind of questioning if the job offer she promised him is real or not. So here we're just seeing some more mercenaries talking to, and it's pretty clear that they're up to no good from the dialogue here. Like, one of them is named Bodrak. He's actually a possible Einherjar that you can recruit later in the game, although Moka will not be doing so as part of this run. And Bodrak is also being hired for some kind of mercenary job that we don't really know the specifics of yet, as is Arngrim. And then here, in order to progress the story, you basically just need to re-enter Arngrim's house. Like, you're kind of meant to walk around Artolia and talk to some people, but you don't have to, so just go back into the house immediately and then kind of find that same black hooded figure that hired Bodrak is now hiring Arngrim. They basically find out that their job is to escort a cart that has a mysterious cargo on it to a nearby kingdom named Vilnor.
Uneventful, and by the third day we were halfway there.
Yeah, so they made it halfway to Vilnor, and at this point they still don't really know or care what's in the crate that they're escorting. But yeah, then Bodrak kind of reveals that Lombert, who's the chief counselor of Artolia, was behind this job that they were hired for.
The dust looked to have been kicked up by a group of Altorian cavalry. It seemed like they were chasing something, but I never imagined it was us.
Yeah, and then, like Arngrim said, now he's realizing that they're being followed too by knights from Artolia, which shouldn't really make sense because it was the chief counselor of Artolia that hired them for this. So Arngrim kind of realized that he's being set up here. And then the pursuing knights open the crate and find out that it's actually Jolanda, who's I'm presuming is drugged and unconscious if she's been in that crate for a day and a half without making any noise. That she was the cargo that they were trying to take to another kingdom.
I'd have been quite happy to kill a stinking knave, but I've got more important things to do.
Arngrim! It hurts! Help me!
Now we get set up for a fairly disturbing cutscene that's kind of was made even more so in the remakes that added CGI as far as kind of seeing what becomes of Jolanda here. Kind of almost feels like it was inspired by the Parasite Eve series there.
Lambert was playing two hands.
Now we kind of find out kind of what the truth behind Chancellor Lambert's plans were.
Along with the search party. If we made it all the way to Vilnor, no problem. But if we were discovered, the cavalry would use the medicine. He knew the princess would be unconscious if she was found. The medicine's effect was as you see.
I think in some text that we'll be skipping through shortly too, they clarify that the medicine is a potion called ghoul powder, which will be relevant later on in the story too. I like how there's some continuity there. All right, then very shortly we'll be entering our next battle, which is the first time we actually get to fight with Lenneth Valkyrie.
Maybe he made the right choice. I don't know. But I wasn't going to run. Even on the field of battle, I'd never felt like this. Lambert! I'm going to kill you.
This is a turning point for Arngrim too, where he even after he found out that he was being used to abduct the princess, he still didn't really care that much. But then once he kind of found that the Chancellor murdered the princess effectively by turning her into a monster, he wants to see justice still to Lambert.
Who hadn't
Getting introduced to Valkyrie's awesome theme called Turn a New Leaf here too.
of the endless war the gods wage with the creatures of darkness.
Alright, so then I don't believe the ghoul is capable of blocking, so this fight should just take basically 4 turns. 3 turns of all the 3 characters, Valkyrie, Freya, and Arngrim attacking, and then just for to speed up the final turn, because it doesn't have a lot of health left at that point, it'll just be Freya attacking. And again, each character has their own unique moveset that you use just by pressing one of the buttons on the D-pad, or I'm sorry, one of the face buttons that corresponds to that character.
Battle is my greatest pleasure. But this was different.
You think it's foolish, brother, because you're content with what you have.
You're wrong!
Arngrim having a flashback to a conversation with his brother there.
It was through others' misfortune that I felt myself to be strong. That's right. I who was myself without morals. Who was I to judge others? Who was I to look down on them? Injustice. I began to realize that the king and I were very much the same.
Really worth pointing out too that, I mean, for a game that came out in '99/2000, I do feel like the voice acting and like story writing and stuff in this game is pretty ahead of its time too, compared to a lot of other PlayStation 1 era games. Alright, so then we're about to fight Lombard, by the way. Also, just a quick content warning too, that after this fight with Lombard in a few minutes, there will be a very brief depiction of self-harm. It's not particularly long or graphic, but just want to get that out there in case anybody would rather not see that.
Arngrim, please.
Save? How do you think he might be saved?
So Valkyrie is choosing Jolanda to be an Einherjar right now, and then Jolanda is kind of begging Lenneth to take Arngrim's soul with them too, because Arngrim is kind of being kind of in the thrall of Lombard's dark magic right now, and didn't really have a chance of survival at this point without some kind of help. Alright, so then the Lombard fight is just kind of like the others too. All we can do is attack, and I believe Lombard does have a small chance to block. I think it's lower than the Lesser Harpy that was the first fight. Alright, very nice fight. Alright, so after getting revenge for Jolanda and himself, Arngrim is kind of fighting a hopeless last stand against the Artolia soldiers, who of course don't know that Lombard was evil and that he was behind the murder of the princess. And the captain of the guard faces him, and then rather than fight the guard captain, who I'm assuming is his mentor of some kind, Arngrim chooses to take his own life.
Why did you save me?
It's a video game, of course, but I mean that's not okay. If nobody should ever do that in the real world. And please consult some resources and get help if that thought ever occurs to you.
Quite a bit indeed.
All right. So then, as a favor for Jolanda, Valkyrie takes Arngrim's soul to be an Einherjar as well. And with that, we're just about done with the intro to the game, and we'll actually get to go to our first dungeon. So Freya's teaching Valkyrie the other use of spiritual concentration besides finding Einherjar, which is to find the presence of the undead. Undead just being kind of a catch-all term for monsters and demons in this world. So there's some randomness to how spiritual concentration works as far as a pattern that we'll be getting, but the first time we do it here, we're first always going to get Arngrim and Jolanda, and then the second time we do it, we'll get the Artolian Mountain Ruins, which is the first dungeon. So, in addition to being kind of a pseudo turn-based RPG with kind of heavy action and real-time elements to it, Valkyrie Profile also has a lot of 2D platforming elements to it, which we'll be getting introduced to now. And before we actually start that, though, we're going to do some menuing here. So this game doesn't have a kind of a traditional shop system like a lot of other RPGs. It has what's called divining and transmutation, where at save points you can exchange a resource you have called materialize points or MP to create certain items, and you can also transmute those items into other items. So what Moka did there was just kind of discard a bunch of stuff you start with that he doesn't need in order to convert it into more MP. And then he divined some two-handed swords, then immediately transmuted them a couple of times to ultimately create holy gems, which are a consumable combat item that casts the Sacred Javelin spell, one of the spells we'll eventually be able to learn for our mage characters. So, as you can kind of see here too, this game doesn't have random encounters either. All fights in dungeons are tied to monster sprites, usually those kind of amorphous shadows that we see there. One of the powerful tools that you have in order to avoid encounters is kind of an ice spell that Valkyrie can use, where you can, if you shoot most monsters, it'll just freeze them and you can get past without triggering encounters, or you can just straight jump over them. And in addition to freezing enemies, you can also use your ice crystals as part of the platforming there. Like, see, Moka is using it to climb that wall, which is, I mean, yeah, every time the game pauses and Freya shows up, that's a new tutorial as far as the platforming elements. And then here we'll be seeing what I like to call a crystal boost, which is where by shooting multiple crystals together, it'll cause the crystal to explode, and it'll push Valkyrie horizontally, and that'll be a slightly more efficient way to get over to these chests here. And then pick up an item called the Book of Everlasting Life, which will be transmuting into a pretty nice weapon much later on. And then here we're getting introduced to a very important thing for the speedrun called event experience. By just solving puzzles and kind of making certain types of progress in dungeons, you'll get experience that you can save for later, and you can assign it to whatever character you want, and that's going to be really convenient for leveling up specific characters later on. Another thing worth pointing out is that since Moka is playing on hard mode, this dungeon is a bit longer than it would be on a lower difficulty. Like, I know the difference between easy and hard is roughly 1 minute. Like, I think that whole section with collapsing the pillar, I want to say, is not in this dungeon on easy mode. You gotta just really see how just kind of fast-paced the platforming in this game is too. Like, you can jump up and down ladders really fast, use the ice crystals in creative ways. But now, okay, now we're at our first boss, the Elder Vampire. This fight is meant to be another tutorial on how to use multi-hit attacks, because Freya loans Valkyrie a sword that can do 3 attacks per turn instead of 1. But we are not going to be doing that. We're going to be doing a much, much faster strategy, which is to use the holy gems that Moka transmuted at the start, because there's a lot of attack spells in this game tied to specific elements, and most of them have a gem you can use to cast that spell. And then the holy gem is used here because one of them will kill each of the dragon servants, and then 2 will kill the vampire, and then it's got the fastest animation. And a nice subtle effect, too, is that the death animation for the enemy actually starts before the Sacred Javelin animation finishes, too. So, yeah, it's really, really fast and efficient that way. Alright, and Elder Vampire easily disposed of there.
We have no reason to remain.
So then after we've beaten a boss of a dungeon, we get artifacts, which are the goal of the 100% run is to get all of the artifacts in the game that you can get on hard mode. Every time you get an artifact, which is kind of a divine treasure that belongs to Odin and the gods, you get a choice of whether to keep it or to send it to Valhalla. If you keep it, you get the item, but it also reduces a stat you have called Evaluation, which we'll be talking about more later. But if you do send an artifact, there's a few second animation of the artifact kind of disappearing and floating away from the chest. And in a lot of cases, Moka will be keeping artifacts that he doesn't actually need for the run, just in order to cancel that animation, as was the case here. Alright, so that's basically the end of the tutorial dungeon, the Artolian Mountain Ruins. Freya kind of gives you a fairy helper at this point that you can come back and talk to get a lot of in-depth information about the Battle and Einherjar systems. But obviously we don't need that since doing the speedrun. All right, and then with that, now we kind of have a lot more freedom of where to go and what to do. So Moka is going to be doing some spiritual concentration in order to.
Make her feel worse.
And we need to pay attention to what order we get the either the new Einherjar or the dungeons in, because that'll tell us what spiritual concentration pattern we're on. Because there's different patterns. It's not like super relevant, but we want to know which pattern we're on because we can use that to optimize, kind of trying to minimize the number of spiritual concentrations we do. So I believe that was the recruitment cutscene for Llewellyn that we got there. So that means this is going to be either pattern 2 or 4. If we get Cave of Oblivion next, that's pattern 2, which is the fastest pattern. And if we get Solde Catacombs next, that's pattern 3. Solde Catacombs. Alright, so we were on pattern 3. Because we're doing 100% and we have to do all the dungeons, this isn't really like really impactful, but when we get to chapter 5, I believe it is later, then that'll affect what we do a bit in order to try to skip an Einherjar cutscene that we don't need. Alright, so then Moka used a ability called Sleep, which because every chapter in the game, there's 8 chapters total, is divided in hard difficulty into 24 periods, meaning time periods. And one thing that you can do is actually just sleep to consume periods and heal yourself. But Moka just slept through the whole rest of chapter 1.
We need more
because we are going to eventually need to go to the Solde Catacombs that we just unlocked, but we're not ready for that yet. We want to rush towards a really nice accessory that that we'll be getting later before we want to come back and start doing some of these dungeons we're unlocking here. So after we start chapter 2, Moka is going to be doing some more spiritual concentration, basically until he gets both the Salerno Academy and the Nethov Swamp dungeons. That's all we really care about here. Sounds like we're getting Laufer's recruitment scene here too. But again, we don't need to get all of the Einherjar in 100%. That would just be a lot of extra cutscenes for nothing, basically. So this we're just going to be skipping over.
Time for some quick donations.
Yeah, go ahead. We're just doing some more spiritual concentration here. So yeah, go ahead and let us know what you got.
Perfect. We have a $20 donation from Anonymous as Ganbate to Moka-san, and all the Einherjar in the background working to make this a successful event. And we have a $100 no comment donation going towards, and let me make sure I get this right, the Glitch exhibition after the run of the Legend of Heroes Trial in the Sky. This puts us $50.12 just short of meeting that incentive, chat. So I know everybody else would love to see that. I'd love to see you all meet that during this run. Let's get that incentive met.
I was such a fool. Lapis, grant my heart's
I believe this is Yume's recruitment here, which is one of the most tragic of the stories. I mean, all of the Einherjar have pretty tragic stories that lead to them being recruited by Valkyrie, but Yume's in particular is pretty rough. You can always tell by the music that's playing too whether you're getting an Einherjar or a dungeon. Like, this is going to be a dungeon. Okay, Salerno Academy. That's the first of the hard mode exclusive dungeons, although it's going to be a little while before we actually go there.
And what will your soul project into this demon cave? My soul?
Kind of blanking on which specific Einherjar this is. I want to say it's either June or Suo. It's one of the ones from the city of Hylon.
My brother! Please protect my brother!
I will live on, for my body was but a vessel.
Yeah, so we just need to keep going now until we get the Nethov Swamp, which is the other Chapter 2 dungeon. In addition to the dungeons that we actually have to go to for as part of the 100% category to get the artifacts, every chapter also has a Cave of Oblivion, which is a randomly generated dungeon that you can go to fight powerful monsters and get treasure, but none of them have artifacts in them, so we're not going to go to any of them as part of the category. Alright, so there's Nethov Swamp, so now Moka is just going to sleep through the rest of Chapter 2. So in between each chapter, we get what's called the Sacred Phase, which is where we get updates from Freya and how the War of the Gods is going. Mechanic, I guess I haven't really talked about much yet, is called transferring to, because what you're meant to do after you recruit Einherjar is go to the dungeons and then level up the Einherjar. Because for every chapter, Freya gives you a set of requirements for an Einherjar that she specifically wants. And what you're meant to do is to kind of train Einherjar, raise their hero stat that's called hero value to meet a requirement, and then you transfer them, where you send them to Asgard, where you remove them from your party for most of the rest of the game. But giving Freya Einherjar with good hero value and that meet her requirements will raise your evaluation, which is just a stat that represents kind of how happy Odin and Freya are with Valkyrie's performance. And if your evaluation gets too low, then you're kind of eventually set onto track to get the bad ending. Because there's a normal ending, a true ending, but there's also a bad ending, which you're at risk of getting if your evaluation falls too low. And then kind of part of the route optimization just part of the route, I should say, is to avoid getting that bad ending without having to transfer Einherjar, unless outside of some very specific circumstances where we'll be doing so. So for Chapter 3, we're just doing spiritual concentration until we get the Clockwork Mansion dungeon unlocked.
To hear kids cry.
And then we should also get Cat Shell, one of the Einherjar, activated as part of our way to Clockwork Mansion 2. Cat Shell is going to be one of the few Einherjar we actually recruit, just because we have to recruit him in order to activate a dungeon called Odd Rock Caverns. It's kind of a unique event where we go there to get an Einherjar, but then there's a dungeon after that, and that dungeon is required as part of the 100% category. Probably got a little bit longer before we actually continue on. Hibbings, if you got anything else for us.
I did want to go ahead and mention couple donations we got in. We got a $25 donation from Mecha Link, no comment there. And we got a $100 donation from Chaos. Says, shoutouts to Moka, an Unlimited Saga pioneer. Good luck on the run. And I also wanted to go ahead and mention that the NAMI Helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with a mental health condition, their family members and caregivers, mental health providers, and the public. The NAMI Helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI Helpline, you can call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI Helpline resources and contact information.
All right, so then Moka headed to Camille Village in order to recruit Cashel, but more importantly, to gain access to the Odd Rock Caverns dungeon. We're a little ways away from actually going to the Odd Rock Cavern, but we're going to pick up Cashel right now just because we have to anyway, and we can do some stuff with him before we in the near future too. So kind of Cashel's backstory is that he's, I believe, another mercenary, and he and one of his fellows happen on this village where everybody is turned to stone, and they go into this tomb here to try to find out some more about that. As they find a sword here that was sealing this tomb shut. I believe you can actually come back here eventually and get that sword as a weapon too. Like several of the Einherjar have weapons or pieces of kind of equipment tied to their backstory that you can return to their town to pick up. Like I know in the PS4, PS5 remaster that Moka is playing, like getting some of those weapons is required if you want to get the Platinum Trophy. I didn't even know about some of the weapons actually until I played the remaster and saw that they had trophies associated with them. But yeah, now we're kind of getting taunted by a demon that was kind of unintentionally released by a little girl from Camille Village that turned everybody to stone and kind of out of cruelty wants to keep the girl petrified for, I want to say, like 100 years or so, just a really long period of time, and then release the curse to kind of ruin that girl's life. But then, yeah, the demon appears and fatally stabs Cashel, but kind of with his last strength, he prevents a potion that can cure the petrification from breaking. It's kind of implied here too that the potion bottle survives thanks to Valkyrie's influence.
This is what is most important to you?
A Valkyrie? I'm not sure. I was so obsessed with it.
A lot of these stories just have kind of really good writing too. Like we have these conversations between the souls of the Einherjar and Valkyrie about kind of the meaning of life and death, and
to live?
Their kind of feelings on what it is to be a warrior.
See, you're not the only one who's sad. But you have to be strong.
And we see that, yeah, the girl who inadvertently released the demon is now cured of the petrification curse thanks to Cashel's sacrifice. All right, and then we've now recruited Cashel. So the next thing Moka is going to be doing is going to the Nethov Swamp, one of the dungeons he has unlocked. This is required as part of 100%, but the reason he's doing it now is because one of the artifacts that you get for completing this dungeon is kind of the first step in getting a really important accessory called the Dimension Slip that, well, we'll get into what that does after he gets it, but for the early stages of the route, I mean, the goal is to rush getting the Dimension Slip, so that's why we're doing the spiritual concentrations and adding the dungeons to the overworld, but we're not really going to very many of them yet. So just a little detour there to pick up a Demon Slayer sword. Like a lot of other RPGs of the time, monsters generally have some kind of element and or race that they fall under, and there's quite a variety of weapons that are extremely effective against specific monster types. The Demon Slayer does extra damage against demons. One of the artifacts that we got from the Artolian Mountain Ruins too was a sword called the Jeweled Blade Grimwrist, which Moka just equipped onto Valkyrie, along with equipping the Demon Slayer onto Arngrim, and we'll see what that does exactly to this boss, the zombie dragon. And goodbye. So yeah, one really unique thing about Valkyrie profiles that, I mean, in addition to like spells and weapons work being effective against certain monster types, we also have weapons that are like very effective to the point that they one-shot monsters of that type with kind of no potential to miss or to fail. In that case, the Jewel Blade Grimwrist will kill like thunder element monsters, I believe, which the zombie dragon counts as. So yeah, we picked up the Bark of the Dryad, which is the artifact that we eventually need to get the Dimension Slip, and then the Inscribed Fragment. Alright, so Moka's doing some menuing here in order to give some basically train up Cashel to transfer to Asgard. He's using the Experience Orb to raise his level. He's creating some items called Sleipnir's Means that boost the character's value for transferring. And he's also raising some abilities, or traits, I guess they're called. Like all the Einherjar have what are called traits, which are kind of personality stats that you want to level up if you're planning to transfer them. Alright, so in addition to raising Valkyrie's evaluation, which is something you need to do to avoid getting the bad ending eventually, is that when you transfer Einherjar, you will get rewards from Odin via Freya during the sacred phases. And that's the reason why we leveled up and transferred Cashel. Again, we had to recruit him as part of accessing a dungeon, but since we have to do it, we make use of him too in order to get some nice items that we'll eventually need. Like the two items in particular that Moka got from that are a wand called the Element Scepter, which will eventually be transmuting into something very nice, and then a skill book called Auto Item. There's a number of battle skills that you can equip on characters, like both on gods like Valkyrie and Einherjar. And the way you learn most of them is just by finding these books that teach you new skills. And then Auto Item is a really nice one for safety that Moka will be learning later. Alright, so then started chapter 4, we got some more spiritual concentration. This time we are activating 2 dungeons called the Cave of Thackus and the Dark Tower of Zerva, and then we're also going to be taking our first steps towards getting the A ending, or the true ending. There's some pretty important stuff you have to do specifically in Chapter 4 in order to get on the track towards getting the A ending. And kind of the first big part of it begins with recruiting an Einherjar called Lorenta. So yeah, I guess while we're doing the rest of the spiritual concentration, I guess, what have you got for us, Hibbinks?
I have a donation from a username that is making me a little hungry here. $10 from Some Diener. It says, love some Tri-Ace games, especially this game and Star Ocean 2. Music compositions by Motoi Sakurabe are among my absolute favorites. Hope everyone watching enjoys as much as I do, and they put that $10 donation towards the glitch exhibition for the Legend of Heroes Trials in the Sky chat, which puts us $40.12 away. So if you want to make that a nice round number, maybe consider donating with a little 12 cents on the end there, and then we can go ahead and get that incentive met.
I'd follow any of the king's orders. I'm so proud of you, my son.
Trying to remember which Shine Harrier this is. This doesn't sound like Lorenta.
Inner circle. I did not run from my duty. Huh! That coward! He ran away with his tail between his legs.
Jail, maybe? And yeah, it's just, anyway, it's not one of the Iron Harrier we actually need. Every time we do spiritual concentration, by the way, it does consume 2 periods, but fortunately, once you've run out of spiritual concentration targets for that chapter, if you do it again, you don't waste periods, so that's nice. But kind of when you're playing normally, at the start of each new chapter, you're kind of meant to just do the spiritual concentrations to find everything you can, like just go get all of the new Einherjar you can recruit, and then start doing some dungeons too. Alright, so this is definitely Lorenta's recruitment here, which is one of the requirements for getting the A ending.
What's happening to me?
So after we regain control too, before he actually goes to Flensburg, the town where Lorenta is, he's going to be doing a bit of menuing too. He's going to use the item divination system. Again, the way you get new items outside from opening chests is by using the divination system to trade a resource called materialize points for types of items. And then the items you can divine, kind of the list of them gradually goes up as you progress through the chapters. So he's going to be divining an item called the Angel Curio, which is an accessory that's very, very nice for playing this game under-leveled, because when you equip the Angel Curio, if the character that has it runs out of DME, Divine Material Energy, which is this game's equivalent of hit points, it'll just automatically revive them, but every time it does it, there is what I believe a 30% chance that it will break, which is, I mean, that's... For kind of as strong as that is, that's a pretty low number. So yeah, so he just equipped. He made 7 Angel Curios and then equipped them on all of his party members. And he also Valkyrie starts the game equipped with a ring called the Nibelungen ring, which is a gift from Odin, and he specifically took that off to replace with the Angel Curio. That's also something that's important for progressing towards the A ending as kind of as efficiently as possible. We do have a few minutes of cutscenes before we actually before we not only get Lorenta but also kind of get a surprise dungeon out of it. After recruiting Lorenta, we go to a dungeon called the Tower of Lazard Valeth, and Lazard being this pretty horrible individual we're getting introduced to here that is a necromancer that we kind of see here is kidnapping elves for currently unknown reasons. And we see that he's able to summon monsters. In this cutscene here, we do learn a little bit more about what elves are exactly in this world. We have Lazard taunting this elf kidnapped by calling, saying that he kind of knows that elves are the vessels of the gods.
Did want to point out really quick, chat is going to town on picking out these voice actors. They are loving it. So chat, if you want to throw some voice actor facts at us in the form of a donation, I would love to learn more.
Yeah, because like I said near the start, a lot of these voice actors have done work on Pokemon anime series as far as their English dubs too. Like I'm not really too familiar. I'm not a Pokemon fan myself, but like I know from just reading it too. Like the woman who does Lenneth Valkyrie's voice was a nurse character of some sorts in Pokemon.
Here's your cue, chat. Jog puwexil's memory. Who was it? Name that voice actor.
All right, so after kind of seeing those seemingly unrelated scenes with Lizard and the elves, we now do actually meet Lorenta, who's I believe a magic professor, like a Flensburg being kind of basically a university town for the magic university in this world. And she goes home late at night and finds this creepy cat that with this very creepy glowing red eye animation that delivers a message from Lizard, the necromancer we just met, kind of revealing that Lizard kidnapped Lorenta's husband and brought him to his tower. I believe this cutscene was actually in the original PlayStation 1 version of the game. I don't think this one was added to the remakes.
Do I have time to interrupt really quick?
Yeah, go for it.
We have a $500 donation from Anonymous. Coming in, bank, Anonymous, deep pockets every time. Thanks, Moka, for running this. And to puwexil, a question. Do you have to prepare in advance for all the things you're going to say, or do you have such encyclopedic knowledge that you could just commentate on the fly? It's amazing in either case.
Well, I guess to answer the question, I did prepare fairly extensively for commentating this run. I watched Moka's record at it and took some notes off that, along with a guide that's posted on speedrun.com. And then I actually did 2 full playthroughs of Valkyrie Profile based on that route twice, in order to kind of pick up little things here and there that aren't really readily obvious from just watching a video. So.
Feel it? The surge of the undead?
Did also want to say that comment was put, that donation was put directly towards the Fight the Super Boss Weiss battle for Final Fantasy VII Remake coming up. So chat, if you want to get any of those other donation incentives met, we do have quite a few. Feel free to check those out at rpglimitbreak.com/bids.
Yeah, so here we get kind of revealed too that Lizard knows about Valkyrie, which isn't really that common for mortals to know about the Valkyries and what they do, and that he's kind of setting this whole thing up with turning Lorenta's husband into a monster using the same ghoul powder that Lambert turned Jolanda into a monster with earlier in the game. It's tragic too that kind of Lorenta, I guess it's implied she could have saved herself but chose not to because she didn't want to harm her husband, even though by this point he's effectively dead, having been turned into a monster. So Valkyrie recruits Lorenta and then enters the tower. All right, so even though the Tower of Lizard doesn't actually have any artifacts in it, we do have to complete it as part of getting the A ending, which is one of the requirements for the 100% category. This is a very, very confusing place first playthrough, mostly because there's this elevator system. One nice thing about this game, though, is that it does actually have a fairly good in-game map system that obviously Moka won't be using because he has all the dungeon layouts memorized, but I've got kind of a tight jump to get over this dragon zombie without fighting it. But yeah, when you play this game, normally there's a map system you can use to try to avoid getting too lost. But in this place, just because of the elevators, that even makes kind of following the map kind of difficult. One noteworthy thing, though, is that when you're inside these elevators, you actually cannot freeze the monsters in them. So kind of the way Moka deals with those is to kind of put an ice crystal on the walls that is kind of out of reach of the monster, and then
To my side, my
wait a little
noble
bit, and then just move back towards the door to get out as soon as it opens. All right, so then there are a couple fights here that are not avoidable, like he was able to avoid that dragon by jumping over it with the ice crystal. So like for that manticore, he just runs away. There's a couple choices as far as how you deal with with the fights here, but the fastest option is just to run away. The runaway success rate in this game is pretty good. I'm blanking on what the exact number is, but I know it's well over 50%, like maybe 70% or so. And even if he does fail to run from one of these monsters, he does have the Angel Curios, so his characters aren't in the immediate risk of death, even if he fails a run. So as part of getting through the Tower of Lizard, he has to hit a couple of crystal switches to activate teleporters. It's sometimes hard for me to talk over this music too. I just cannot get enough of this game's soundtrack. Like Motoi Sakuraba has done a lot of game soundtracks, but this is by far my favorite of his work.
Yeah, I've never heard the soundtrack before, but it is banging.
Yes, yeah, it's so good. It fits the mood of pretty much every part of the game perfectly, as far as having these really kind of pumping banger action themes for dungeons, and then really kind of moody, somber music for like for a lot of the cutscenes. You've got the Valkyrie's heroic theme that you hear before every boss fight. Alright, so before we actually go try to track down Lizard, we're going to be making a very important detour to a treasure room that we have to use this teleporter to get to. And we're going to be getting 2 chests out of the treasure room, an Ether Scepter, which is a pretty nice wand weapon for mages, and then an accessory called the Creation Gem. Like I said kind of a bit earlier, in addition to just creating items from scratch using Divine Item, you can also transmute items into other items. And by equipping the Creation Gem onto Valkyrie, that changes what items transmute to. And he's doing some transmutation right now here to transmute the Element Scepter that he got from Odin during the Sacred Phase into a combat item called the Tome of Alchemy. And then more importantly, he's transmuting that Bark of the Dryad that he got from Nethov Swamp into the Dimension Slip, which he just equipped. And as far as what the Dimension Slip does, it completely shuts down all random encounters, with a couple minor exceptions here and there. So, as you can probably guess, that's a really, really nice thing as far as going fast through the game and through these dungeons. So, I believe the in-game description for the Dimension Slip is that it either sends you or sends the monsters into another dimension. So kind of from this point forward, Moka is no longer able to get into random encounters and can just walk right through the monster sprites. Alright, and with that, we're at the end of the tower. We're heading to confront Lizard. Get some pretty creepy dialogue here too about how Lizard has been kind of playing with people's lives and souls, specifically to lure Valkyrie to his tower because he lusts for her. Little interesting version difference, by the way, too, is that the animation for Lizard's teleports here is different in different versions of the game. Like in the original Japanese PlayStation version, it's a pentagram. In the U.S. PlayStation version, it's kind of they remove the pentagram and made it these kind of concentric circles, and then in this version of the game, it's kind of an incomplete version of the pentagram animation from the original.
I have concluded that gods are very much like souls, and so I have.
Some of this dialogue, though, is pretty important for later, as far as the true ending. By the way, as far as Blizzard kind of talking a little more about what gods are exactly, and that the reason he's been abducting elves is to create artificial bodies called homunculuses, and that he's creating them in order to kind of be a vessel for Valkyrie's soul.
For the sole purpose of luring me here, you slaughtered the couple on the roof?
That's right.
And you sacrificed countless lives, both elf and human, in order to create a vessel for a single being?
Why, yes, actually.
So after we're done here, we'll be fighting Lizard as the boss for the dungeon. Excuse me, and then we're going to be using a fairly clever strategy here in order to get around kind of the main gimmick of this fight, because we're going to be fighting Lizard with two Dragon Tooth warriors, his ads basically, and then every time you defeat one of the Dragon warriors, it will power up Lizard. So if you defeat both of them through normal means, it will actually raise Lizard's stats by quite a bit. But this is where that Tome of Alchemy that Moka transmuted from the Element Scepter earlier comes in, because something you may have noticed in some of the fights we've done here is that sometimes when you hit enemies, these crystals come out of them. That happens when you knock enemies upward, and those boost the amount of experience you get from that fight. But by using a Tome of Alchemy, that will actually turn enemies into a bunch of crystals. And I mean, it doesn't work on bosses, but it does work on regular enemies. And by using that, it actually just instantly defeats both of the Dragon Tooth warriors. And even though we don't get experience from this fight, because using the Tome of Alchemy doesn't count as a normal defeat of the Dragon Tooth warriors, then Lizard doesn't get boosted by their defeats. So we're just able to take him out at this point with 4 holy gems. And because we have the Angel Curios equipped, even if he targets the same character and takes down all of their health, they'll survive.
No, I will not accept this.
Alright, and that is Lizard down. It does always make me a little sad that you use a Tome of Alchemy for this fight, but you don't actually get any extra experience out of it, because that's a very nice thing when you play this game normally, that you can use that item to both instantly win a fight and also, like, I think in most cases just double the amount of experience that you get from the fight.
You cannot possibly believe that love can exist between humans.
We do have a few more cutscenes before we're done with this place, as far as Lizard running away with some cryptic comments about kind of questioning if Lenneth is even really a god at all or not, and then kind of finding another part of Lizard's laboratory that has a bunch more homunculus bodies in it. Again, just kind of artificial bodies created to house the souls of gods. So I guess while that's going on, take it away, Ebbings.
It matters little to me. No.
Alrighty, wanted to go ahead, chat, and I know I've been plugging this glitch exhibition. We are so close to meeting that incentive, literally $40.12 away. I did also want to mention a couple bid wars that we have coming up as well. We have a bid war for the Legend of Heroes Trials in the Sky on whether or not we should spare or kill Mueller during the intermission. Right now we only have $1 of that donation towards the spare side, but if you would like to tip the scales of fate, go ahead and get those donations in for that. We also have a bid incentive for naming the 4 Warriors of Light for the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster run. In first place with $300, we have Erdrick. In second place with $50, we have Sheets. Third place is Dan with $30, and $25 tie for fourth place is Altono and Rocky. So, oh, and sorry, it's a three-way tie. I missed this. Also Wawa. So, if you would like to go ahead and name a famed Warrior of Light after your favorite place to eat at 3 o'clock in the morning, please go ahead and get those donations in.
So Valkyrie is kind of destroying some of the homunculuses with her sword, but kind of at the last second decides to spare the last one, presumably because it looks so much like her.
How?
All right, and that is it for the Tower of Lizard. Again, no artifacts to collect, but that is a requirement for the A ending. All right, so then the one last thing we're going to be doing before concluding Chapter 4 is to go back to Camille Village and then do the Odd Rock Caverns, which was the dungeon that got unlocked when we recruited Cashel earlier. These dungeons are going to be going by a lot faster now that Moka has the Dimension Slip and is able to just avoid all of the regular encounters. Even though the monsters are shut down, there are traps in some of these dungeons that do still very much work. One of them is those moving knight statues. If one of them touches you, it freezes your body and you can't move for a few seconds, which is obviously not good in a speedrun. So the main puzzle we have to do in Odd Rock Caverns is these rooms where we've got these eyes that it's unfortunate, but yeah, here we're seeing a very nice thing though about the PS4 and PS5 remaster of Valkyrie Profile, and that there's a rewind system built into the game, which is allowed for usage and runs, because I mean, even though you can rewind, you don't get back the time you put into it. So yeah, Moka, rather than wait for Valkyrie to get unfrozen there, used the rewind to get another shot at avoiding the ice beam. But yeah, when I was playing through as part of preparing for this commentary, it took me quite a while to get through those rooms, because the spots you need to put the ice crystals to get them to reflect the ice beams to freeze the goo is pretty specific. But now we confront the demon that petrified the townspeople. And this is where the Demon Slayer sword that Moka picked up in Nethoff Swamp comes in, and that he's able to very quickly dispose of this boss called Greater Demon with one holy gem and then a full round of attacks from Arngrim with the Demon Slayer, which does extra damage against demons. So we get two artifacts here. The first one is actually going to be somewhat useful. It's called the Golden Fowl, which is a fowl or a hen that lays golden eggs, and then I believe the intended use of the golden eggs is that you can use them on characters to permanently raise stats, but you can actually transmute the golden eggs into materialized points, and quite a few of them. So that's going to be a nice fast way to get some extra materialized points later. And then the second artifact is the Grand Sting, is a sword that I'm not actually going to be using, but transferring the artifact to Odin would have an extra animation of the artifact disappearing and floating away that would waste a few seconds. But every time we keep an artifact, though, that does reduce Valkyrie's evaluation stat by 5. And again, evaluation represents how satisfied Odin and Freya are with Valkyrie's performance with recruiting and training Einherjar, and if that gets too low for too long, then that eventually leads to getting the bad ending. All right, and then that is the end of Chapter 4. There's in a normal playthrough, there's generally more going on in the sacred phases, because you can get updates on all of the Einherjar that you've transferred to Asgard, as far as kind of getting little skits that play out showing what the Einherjar are doing, like interacting with other gods and participating in battles against the Vanir, the fire giants, but we're just skipping past all of that. And then we do still get one more reward from Odin, as kind of still carrying on from transferring Cashel, called the Ether Scepter.
The Lord Odin is pleased with. He bids me give.
Which again is a nice wand-type weapon for mages.
Lenneth, I have
All right, so then once we start chapter 5, this is where knowing which of the 4 spiritual concentration patterns that Moka is on for this run is going to matter the most. By the most, it's not really like a lot, but it lets us get out of having to do an extra spiritual concentration for an Einherjar that we're not going to use. So I have in the notes here that for pattern 3, which is the one we have, we're going to be doing a total of 6 spiritual concentrations here to get everything we need from chapter 5. For some of the other patterns, it's pattern 2 and 4. Knowing that lets us optimize it a bit by splitting up how we approach this chapter. Like we do a certain number of spiritual concentrations, then do the rest of the stuff that we're doing in chapter 5, and then doing 2 more concentrations. And again, this is just all routed around minimizing the number of spiritual concentrations that don't give us something we need in order to progress towards the goals for 100%, as far as getting all of the artifacts and getting the A ending. So we could probably have a few words from Hebbings while we're going through these concentrations, because what we're going for here is to get 2 Einherjar named Mistina and Lucian, and then get 2 dungeons called the Citadel of Flame and the Arcane Ruins. So take it away, Hebbings.
Oh, do I have words? We have a $40.12 donation from the Burning Hunter. You asked, and so you shall receive. $40.12 for the Glitz exhibition. And with that, we have met that incentive. So thank you very much, chat. We have met the incentive to get the Glitz exhibition for Legend of the Heroes Trials in the Sky. I did also want to take a moment here to say that RPG Limit Break is grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Check out her work at jazzaboo.com. That's JAZAABOO.com.
Citadel of Flame. That's another one of the hard mode exclusive dungeons. There's a total of 8 dungeons that are only playable in hard mode. It's part of why the game gives you extra periods if you play on hard mode, is just because there's a lot more stuff to do. I've played this game several times, and I've only ever played on hard mode, kind of for that reason, that in order to kind of really experience everything that Valkyrie Profile has to offer, more or less, because there are some dungeons that are not in hard mode, but hard mode has the most number of dungeons. You need to play on that difficulty.
While we're divining, do you think I got time to plug
go ahead.
our next target?
Sure.
I'm looking at these donations, and we are just shy on going on a date with the one, the only, the fabulous Mr. Barrett Wallace. We are just $64.80 or $63.80. My quick maths might be a little bit off. So chat, if you want to see that during the Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade run, go ahead and get your donations in, and we can go ahead and take that fabulous man on the date he well deserves.
Speaking of Final Fantasy, I definitely want to call attention to that naming bid war for Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster coming up later this morning too, just because there are a lot of Light Warriors that need to be named.
For sure, and like I said earlier, we do have a top contender with a $300 total of Erdrick, but if you want to go ahead and overturn that, chat, the other candidates are Sheets in second place. That's SHEETZ, just like the gas station food stop you might find on the East Coast. Dan, Altono, Rocky, Wawa, Gob, Godbert, and Tacos. So if you want one of the legendary heroes to be Tacos, chat, let's pump that donation up from $5 to, let's say, $301.
All right, so we're starting the recruitment for Mistina here. This is another requirement for the A ending. Mistina is another mage from Flensburg. She's a much younger mage than Lorenta, and is kind of a very a pretty cocky, arrogant mage, kind of at least on the surface level. But she's also brilliant, and we see she kind of has her own laboratory where she has a machine that she can use to do like astral projection and kind of send her spirit to faraway places to go exploring. She's using it here to actually go to Lazard's tower and basically kind of spy on what he's doing, because I guess she knows just from talking to other people in town that Lorenta, who was I think was the headmistress of the Magic Academy, was recently murdered by Lazard.
Engraved on the walls. But these
Just kind of while exploring the tower, she kind of finds out kind of just how
And even the 22nd.
how much forbidden knowledge that Lazard has learned and tapped into as far as these kind of special runes that we saw actually when we were going through this tower ourselves, as far as the parts of the tower that have all of these drawings on the wall. Get a little more insight from Mistina on what they mean exactly.
Just how powerful is he?
That line there makes me kind of think of this tower as being like the TARDIS or whatever, where it's bigger on the inside. She also finds the one homunculus body that that Valkyrie spared when she wrecked Lazard's lab earlier. And she actually ends up taking it with her back to her lab. I believe just to research and try to find out more about what Lazard is actually up to and how powerful he's become. Rare instance there too of dialogue that's not voiced but still draws out slowly, and you can't really turbo mash through it like you can with the rest. Shoutouts to the sprite work here too, with Mistina drinking an adult beverage in her comfy slippers here. If you have anything else for us, Hebbings, by the way, go right ahead. This is about probably like 10-ish minutes, I think, before we do something else. Okay. So then Lazard finds out that that Mistina stole his homunculus and kind of follows her to her lab. And I believe what happens here is that kind of in return for giving back the homunculus, or at least agreeing to it, Mistina kind of demands that Lazard kind of tell her what his plan is exactly. This is where we get a fair bit of lore here about elves and gods here and kind of their connections, as far as elves existing primarily to eventually be host bodies for gods in the mortal world. Reference to the world tree there too, which is a kind of a common element in Norse mythology too, the world tree of Yggdrasil. It's just something that's kind of referenced in lore in this game. It's not really like a direct part of the story of Valkyrie Profile, but it is a pretty important thing in Valkyrie Profile 2, the sequel, which was a PlayStation 2 game. Getting to see an area called the Forest of Spirits here, where we'll be going significantly later, and this is kind of one of the homes of the elves. Do get some important lore here, though, about how there's about how half elves are a possibility too, kind of the offspring of a human and an elf, and that Odin is a half elf, which is something that's going to be very, very important later. Getting some more hints here too that kind of being a half elf is a big part of kind of how Odin rose to become the Allfather of the gods. I believe it's still a while before we find out why exactly, though.
Odin used to be a rather weak god indeed. So then, how did he manage to become Lord of the Gods? Did you
I love the
ever
drawing
wonder
style
that,
for this
Misty?
cutscene too, where we're getting kind of it's drawing out like a storybook, kind of showing the lore of Odin.
Humans are incomplete beings. Gods, then, can be considered the final evolution of man. In other words, gods do not grow, but are static. However,
Odin was different because he's a half-elf.
that's right. Because Odin's divine blood was mixed with mortal, he has the ability to grow.
Okay, I guess we do find out why that is now. Yeah, that because Odin is kind of part god and part mortal, he has the ability to grow and become stronger, and that's how he took the throne of the gods and became the Allfather.
Now this is where it gets interesting. Gods use the vessels we call elves to travel through Midgard to protect the World Tree.
You're repeating yourself, Lizard.
Listen well, Misty. It's possible to transfer human souls into elves. There it is, conclusive proof that gods and human souls are roughly equivalent beings.
So you're talking about moving souls from one body to another?
Do you know what my homunculi are crafted from?
They're half-elf, half-human.
Correct. My homunculi are essentially half-elves. If I were to shift my soul into the body of a homunculus, might I not become a god?
Kind of getting the first tastes of what Lizard's ambitions really are, because we learned earlier that he wants Valkyrie and to put her soul into a homunculus, but we also find that he wants to use the same power to transfer himself into a homunculus and then become a god himself. apparently just becoming a god isn't even enough to satisfy Lizard's hunger for power. Yeah, doesn't just want to become a god, he wants to overthrow the other gods too. And then we're about to find out kind of why he's telling Mystina all of this too. And it's kind of the obligatory villain trait of telling all of your diabolical plans to someone right before you're going to kill them, which is what he's doing here now. He's using a spell to murder Mystina by freezing her astral projection machine with her in it. So then we're recruiting Mystina here, who I guess kind of joins Valkyrie just out of desire to continue her research into the gods and the elves and the kind of the mysteries of the universe. Mystina is a very, very nice mage character that we'll be using for, I want to say, really the whole rest of the run, with maybe a few minor exceptions here and there.
I mean, it's not as if I really have any other choice, do I? Indeed. And you don't have to tempt me with stupid promises either. Besides, it might be fun to haunt that little freak.
What is the meaning, Lenneth? If you intend to...
All right, and this is where we get Freya's warning. This is what happens once your evaluation drops, I believe, to 25 or lower. Evaluation, again, being the stat that kind of shows how well Lenneth is performing in her duties to recruit and train Einherjar for Ragnarok. And then getting that warning is the first step towards getting the C ending, which is the bad ending. So in other categories, we would want to kind of avoid getting that warning because it wastes time, but there isn't really a way to do that in 100%, because kind of events that can lead towards getting the bad ending will trigger when you leave towns or dungeons, as happened there. But so now that we've had Freya's warning, if we at any point going forward leave a town or dungeon with 0 evaluation, that will trigger the bad ending. So from this point on, because our evaluation has been dropping a lot, just because we haven't been doing what we're supposed to do. We've been stealing artifacts without sending them back to Odin, and we haven't been training and transferring enough Einherjar, so Valkyrie's evaluation is pretty low at this point. But yeah, and we are going to need to take some steps for the rest of the run to avoid leaving an area with 0 evaluation, because then the game will end at that point if that happens. I love this music here too. But anyway, so now before we kind of continue with dungeon exploration, we're picking up another Einherjar called Lucian, who's another very, very important character for the A ending route. There's an optional prologue you can watch before you start the game, where you get some backstory about Lucian, and then his girlfriend, who's a girl named Platina that looks a lot like Valkyrie, although we don't really know what their connection is at this point. We kind of learn that Lucian has been mourning Platina ever since she died. I guess kind of the backstory being that Platina's parents were very cruel people who were going to sell Platina into slavery to to make money and pay their debts, basically. And then Lucian tried to rescue her, but they ran into a place called the Weeping Lily Meadows, and then Platina breathed a poisonous pollen and passed away.
But you look just like...
And here we're seeing Lucian kind of meet Valkyrie after he died,
Do you
and
not wish to come with me?
kind of wondering why she looks so much like
Join the
Platina.
Einherjar.
But what about Claire? I can't just abandon her.
Lucian's
that
recruitment
is
is
how you feel.
quite a bit shorter than Mistina's. This is only like 4 or 5 minutes or so. I think Mistina's is closer to 15. All right, and now that we have both Mistina and Lucian, it's time to do a little bit more menuing. So Moka is going to be giving a bunch of experience from the EXP orb to Mistina and Lucian to get both of them to level 3. He's going to be converting some golden eggs laid by the golden hen he picked up earlier to get a bunch of extra materialized points. He's going to be making a lot of items and accessories. I'm going to go through what they do as they become relevant for the run. But then as far as what he's doing right now, he's equipping Valkyrie with an accessory called Power Bangle. It raises physical attack damage. Mistina gets a wand called Ether Scepter, a magic bangle, which raises magic attack power, and Angel Curio for a re-raise effect. Then Jolanda is also getting a Ether Scepter, and then a Fairy Ring, which is a very nice accessory for mages that kind of reduces the cooldown time that mages normally have for casting spells. Alright, so then now that that's out of the way, now we're heading to the Solde Catacombs that we unlocked in an earlier chapter. Picking up a book for a very nice skill called Attack Pow, which, kind of like the name implies, you can get up to 8 levels of a skill, and each level just raises the physical attack power of the user. And the puzzles for Solde Catacombs just involve pushing these blocks onto runes in order to unseal stuff. I just love how the lizard man is going along for the ride here, thanks to the dimension slip. As we go along the Solde Catacombs, Moka is going to be picking up the Avoid book. To avoid is a skill that I think just raises your evasion, although Moka isn't actually going to be learning Avoid. He's going to be transmuting the Avoid book into the Guts book. Guts being a much more useful skill for safety. When I say safety, too, a lot of these aren't even like marathon safety things. They're just things to make battles consistently winnable at lower levels that you'd still be doing even in a personal best or record attempt as opposed to a marathon run. We're just getting constant reminders here of why the dimension slip is so important and why the route is kind of designed around just doing the minimum number of things we needed to do to get to the dimension slip as quickly as possible before starting to clear out more dungeons. Alright, so then one of the other items that Moka did during that menuing segment too was he created a bunch of halberds, which are spear-type weapons, and then transmuted them into poison crystals, which are a crystal that casts the Poison Blow spell. I forget if poison is actually an element or if it's the earth element, but Poison Blow is really one of the best damage-dealing spells for a lot of situations we'll be running into, starting with this boss here, the Drow Shamans, which he's just one-shotting flat out with a poison crystal. This boss fight is kind of meant to be a tutorial for letting you know that Valkyrie is actually the only character in the game that can equip multiple types of weapons. She can equip either a sword or a bow. And the way that you're intended to do that fight is that monkey enemy in the front is very, very tanky for physical attacks. But if you give Valkyrie a bow instead, then you can just shoot the Drow Shamans past the monkey and take care of them that way. So we are picking up some more artifacts here. I don't believe any of these are actually going to be used. The emerald necklace is very, very nice playing casually because equipping that raises the character's CP, or kind of points you can spend towards learning skills or traits, by a fair bit every time they level up. That's not really going to be helpful for a speedrun, so and then this is also the first time we're going to be doing a strategy that is going to be the main way that we dodge getting the C ending for the rest of the game. And that's that whenever we pick up artifacts, the final artifact we pick up we're going to send to Valhalla, because every time you send an artifact you get +1 evaluation. So doing that means that we're leaving the dungeon with 1 evaluation instead of 0, and then we dodge getting the C ending. There'll be a few variations on that throughout the rest of the run, but that's kind of going to be kind of the main way that we avoid the C ending. Alright, so we're doing Arcane Ruins here. This is a fairly short dungeon if you head just straight for the boss, but it does have some kind of slightly difficult jumps that you have to do. Like this room right here is kind of a little obnoxious, where you have to do another thing called Crystal Dust that we haven't seen before, where you can break crystals to kind of create this mobile platform that you can jump on that gradually descends. Alright, and then the boss for Arcane Ruins is Raver Lords, these 3 enemies. These enemies do a lot of damage, and the ooh, it's pretty unlucky there, because he had his Angel Curio break, which is only a 30% chance, and then the same Raver Lord attacked Valkyrie again and killed her. We should still be okay though. It only takes 3 poison crystals to take out all 3 of the Raver Lords. And I don't believe Valkyrie missing experience from this fight should really matter at all. I think it worst case, Moka might have to just give Valkyrie some experience from the experience orb, from the event experience he's been getting from like solving puzzles and stuff, if missing that does end up mattering. So one of the Holy Wand Adventia that we're picking up here is eventually going to be used by Lorenta, but we also go to find this secret chest behind this mysterious woman sealed in crystal named Iseria to get a nice item called the Mighty Check, which is an accessory that actually makes the equipper immune to all status conditions, like poison and stuff like that. Alright, and then after we leave Arcane Ruins, if we were on a different spiritual concentration pattern, we'd be doing more spiritual concentration at this point, but I believe with the pattern that Moka is on for this run, that's not necessary. Now what we're going to do is we're going to kind of train up Lucian a bit to get his hero value up pretty high, because transferring Lucian is a requirement for the A ending, and we're going to be taking advantage of the fact that we have to transfer him to get some items too. Yeah, so what Moka did there was raise Lucian's hero traits, and then give him a sword, and then 3 Sleipnir main. There's just basically certain levels of both stats and then also equipment that we're looking for here in order to get everything that we need out of the transfer.
However, I must remind you that you cannot accept your death until you have left your worldly troubles behind. What is it, Lucian? Have you decided to speak?
Would you go with me to that village?
I have no objection.
I was born in this village.
So here, I guess before Valkyrie transfers Lucian to Asgard, she agrees to go with him to kind of see the hometown that he grew up in.
We always used to play.
And he shows her his former love, Platina's home. Yeah, there's a few more minutes here before we resume, so if
And
you got
this
anything new for us, Hebbings?
I sure do. I have a $5 donation from Ponylaw. Says, I can't sleep because I love Valkyrie Profiles, the Valkyrie Profile series so much. Shout out to Wrist, the best Valkyrie. And I did also want to say that you're bringing to mention the naming of the 4 Warriors of Light incentive has jumped Godbert to second place with a total of $105. So, chat, if you want to pump the Manderville man himself, Godbert Manderville, up to first place, go ahead and get those donations in, or, you know, we can name our Warrior of Light tacos. I'm okay with that.
You're not limited to just those, too. You can start some new names, too, if you'd like, with your donation.
Do you know what the character limit is on our Warriors of Light?
Not offhand, but it is in the tracker.
Perfect. So, chat, if you do want to donate for a new name, make sure that you do check the incentive itself. It should mention your character limit.
I wouldn't let anything happen to her, no matter what.
This event here kind of has a lot more meaning if you watch the prologue cutscenes before starting the game.
Just like this.
I am glad that those are optional, though, because if that was a required part of the intro, we'd be looking at about 45 minutes or so of cutscenes before the run really starts, instead of about 32.
And then we stumbled onto this place.
Just this image we're seeing right now of the weeping lily flowers blowing in the wind is just so iconic, too. I kind of like that they brought that back in Valkyrie Elysium, the new Valkyrie series game that came out, I think it was last year. It's a totally original game with a new story, but I do like that they do have a couple subtle references to this game in it, like in particular just this imagery of the white flowers blowing upwards.
Just like her.
That girl.
Yes, that girl, Platina. She inhaled the weeping lily pollen. It was my fault that she died. If I hadn't convinced her to run away with me...
These cutscenes we're seeing here that are done in CGI style were actually added to the game originally for the PlayStation Portable port of it that came out in, I want to say, 2008. And then that port was the basis for this console remaster that Moka is playing on his PlayStation 5. Little disappointing that the remaster didn't add an ability to skip cutscenes in this, which would shorten this run by quite a bit, but did add some other nice features, like in particular the rewind feature that we saw Moka use to retry a puzzle room earlier, and then I'm assuming the loading times are a fair bit faster on PS5 compared to the original PS1, too. So Valkyrie kind of humors Lucian's last request before he goes to Asgard by taking off her helmet and then giving him a kiss.
Thus, love between the two is not possible.
One kind of subtle optimization that Moka did too before transferring Lucian was actually to sleep through the rest of his periods for Chapter 5 too, and that just,
I hope you live
because he's done with Chapter 5, that cuts out a menu basically, because he has to menu to transfer Lucian, and if he didn't use his periods, he'd have to menu again to rest at that point. So just combining that all together skips having to open the menu once here. All right, and then again, transferring Lucian is specifically required as part of getting the A ending, but we trained up Lucian's hero value and equipment in order to get some items out of it too. Like, we're going to get another Ether Scepter, a couple of which we will need for mage characters later, but we're also going to be getting a really, really, really important spell book out of this called Guard Reinforce. Guard Reinforce is, if you actually use it, it raises your defense, but we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be transmuting the Guard Reinforce spell to get the Spell Reinforce spell, which raises your magic stat, and that's a really, really, really important spell for the speedrun.
I have a request to make of you. We must form a platoon that can battle the dragons. We need someone who fears not death. One who will fight. We must perform a ceremony. We need a sorcerer, wise. We need a Einherjar, wise in the lore of monk. We need sword. Send us a warrior who knows how to wield a blade. Very well. Good fortune. I expect mighty.
It's kind of interesting too that even though you lose evaluation if you keep artifacts, if you sometimes Odin actually just gives you some of those same artifacts back if you transfer the right Einherjar.
No.
Okay, so like a lot of chapters, as soon as we start chapter 6, we're just doing a bunch of spiritual concentrations to get everything we need. In chapter 6, we're looking for 3 dungeons: the Sunken Shrine, the Lost City of Japan, and then the Dark Tower of Zerva.
Chance. Letitia, back me up. If this goes any further, the Order of Knights will be...
This is a recruitment for an Einherjar. I think Letitia, maybe. I'm blanking on what a lot of these names for Einherjar that aren't part of the run is, but and yeah, it's just we're just going to be skipping over. Should probably squeeze in a few donations or other words while we're going through the concentrations.
We could do that. I have a $100 donation from Anonymous coming in again with the deep pockets, Anonymous. And they put no comment, but they did put their donation towards the Rufus blindfolded incentive. There are quite a few incentives we have for the Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade run, chat, that I wanted to go ahead and bring up. We, of course, have taking the lovely Barrett Wallace out on a date during Chapter 14. We have an incentive to fight Reno and Rude blindfolded in Chapter 6. We have a bid to make our runners climb the stairs instead of taking the elevator at Shinra HQ. We have met the... Oh, no, never mind. We are $2,000 away from meeting the incentive to fight Weiss with a party of 2. And we are $300 shy of fighting Rufus blindfolded. So, Chad, if you want to meet any of those incentives, go ahead and get your donations in before the start of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
There's 3 total dungeons we're looking for here. Sunken Shrine and Dark Tower of Zerva, I believe, are both hard mode only. And Lost City of Japan is in other difficulties too.
Who the hell are you?
Gotta say, some of the sound effects were, I thought someone was tapping in the room for a second.
Yeah.
So pretty good sound work.
This is a variety of cactus. It blooms only one night a month.
Yeah, this is the recruitment for Bodrock, who made a little cameo in Arngrim's story earlier. So that other mercenary that was hired with Arngrim. This is our opportunity to recruit him if we'd like to, but we won't.
Chat, during this last divination, I did want to go ahead and remind everybody that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. And what does that mean? In terms of awareness, NAMI drives the national conservation around mental health from coast to coast and across all demographics, having appeared in major media more than any other mental health organization in 2021, 24,000 earned media articles in top-tier outlets including NPR, CBS News, CNN, and the BBC.
Alright, so we're starting the Dark Tower of Zerva now. This is kind of a gross dungeon in that it's kind of implied to be a tower made out of like the flesh of monsters or something like that. There's these kind of traps that you can fall into, or like these kind of toothed mouths that look kind of deadly, but really all they do is just kick you into these kind of monster stomach style rooms there. be actually jumping into a few of them intentionally in order to either cut out backtracking or in one case open a barrier. Yeah, I believe this one here you have to go into in order to be able to get out the southeast side of the room. You just have to kind of wait until the lights come on and then those two walls let you past. Some of these jumps are a little challenging here on some of these pillars where the pillar kind of falls out from under you and disorients you a bit. So we've got a really big menu coming up here. I'll just kind of do the highlights for it too. So we got a book called Noise Arrow though, which we transmuted into a skill called Weight Reaction, which is a nice offensive skill for mages. We transmute Guard Reinforce into Spell Reinforce, Avoid into Guts, and then start teaching skills to various characters and then leveling them up. A lot of this is designed around making it so that we can safely win fights with low levels and really poor armor too. Like the Guts skill is kind of does almost kind of the same thing as the Angel Curios, in that if you have a high enough gut stat, you can just randomly survive taking otherwise lethal damage, and that does stack with Angel Curios too. So we have the Hell Servants here, which are this boss has a pretty nasty gimmick where you have these two Beholder enemies, but if you do not kill both of them at the same time, they will resurrect each other. But fortunately, since gems and the spells they cast do very consistent damage, as long as we have the right setup, it's just guaranteed to take them both out together. And this is our first usage of Spell Reinforce, which is a buff spell that raises magic attack power, just because of kind of how the damage formulas in this game work with spell power and defense. Raising magic attack, which does carry over to items in this case, increases the amount of damage that your items do by a lot. Like I want to say it's almost like triple or so what you would be doing without Spell Reinforce.
Cannot be.
Kind of bad luck there with Valkyrie not getting her Guts proc or Angel Curio, but we do have some Union Plumes, which are in this game's revival item. Alright, and then 4 total Poison Crystals powered up by Spell Reinforce will take out the Hell Servants and dodge their Resurrection gimmick. So of these artifacts we're picking up here, the one that we'll actually be using is the Manual of Resurrection, which is kind of going to be a path towards getting a fairly nice weapon later on. And then once we've gotten the artifacts, we'll fortunately be able to speed up our backtracking out of this tower by using that monster mouth to kind of cut out a lot of the backtracking. Those monster mouths are kind of the penalty for failing some of the jumps in the latter parts of the tower, but in this case, yeah, we're doing it intentionally to get out faster. Alright, so our next stop after, yeah, because really at this point, this is really where the 100% run kind of really takes off too, because we've, at this point, we've kind of gotten most of what we need in order to kind of start going really fast as far as we have the Dimension Slip to get through dungeons without regular encounters, and we've got a lot of the skills and equipment that we need in order to quickly defeat a lot of the bosses in the dungeons we have access to right now. Now we're just kind of making a big tour and finishing a lot of the dungeons that we need for 100%. So Citadel of Flame is a pretty difficult dungeon as far as the platforming. Like we kind of saw Moka get hit a few times by those falling fireballs. I mean, I believe the pattern for them is completely random, so it's very, very difficult to get past some of the platforming sections here without losing at least a little bit of time from the fireballs. So doing some menuing here too, where we got a spell called Dark Savior that we transmuted into Sacred Javelin, which is the holy spell that we were previously using via the Holy Gems. And we're also eventually going to transmute that Manual of Resurrection we recently picked up into the Aura Halcon, which is basically just kind of an item synthesis item. And that will be turning into the Creation Jewel, which is an even better version of the Creation Gem we got earlier. So yeah, I wonder, Moka might have forgotten to do some of this menuing actually in Dark Tower of Zerva, because like in his record he does this before Hell Servants. But yeah, we're learning a bunch of really nice skills here for safety and for offense power too for our mages, because like 8 levels of magic pow raises magic damage a fair bit. Guts lets you randomly survive lethal damage. Auto item is another really nice safety ability where each level of auto item lets you assign a certain percentage of likelihood that a character will use that item if it would be useful at the time, and we're just using it to get on Union Plumes, which is the revive item. So between the between auto item, guts, and Angel Curio items, we are very safe. It takes a fair bit to kind of get for monsters to get past all 3 layers of protection like that. So in addition to that, we also transmuted the Book of Everlasting Life that we picked up way back in the Artolian Mountain Ruins into a weapon called the Icicle Sword that we just put onto Arngrim, along with exchanging Mystina and Jolanda's spells. You get to choose 1 spell for each mage that gets cast when you... yeah, this platforming here is very precise as far as where you put your ice crystals in order to make these jumps. It's really nice. There's the rewind feature on the PS5 in order to make it less punishing if you miss one of the jumps. Like a lot of the dungeons, there's some switches you have to hit in here in order to open doors to make progress. But yeah, we're coming up on the boss now. This is where getting that icicle edge, or yeah, icicle sword. I'm sorry, icicle edge is a spell. Icicle sword is what we just equipped, and that's going to be really nice against fire elemental, the boss. It's kind of a weird little puzzle here where you have to kind of hold that jar over your head and then catch some flames in it too. And once you've done it enough times, then the boss will appear.
Come to me, Dark Warriors. Battle awaits us.
Alright, so then, like we saw with the Nethov Swamp with the boss there's certain weapons that can insta-kill enemies of a certain element, and then the Icicle Edge can instantly kill fire elemental enemies like Fire Elemental there. So because Fire Elemental does have a chance to either evade or block attacks, what Moka did in order to guarantee the hit was to cast Sacred Javelin with Jolanda, because all spells in this game are unblockable as far as, well, under normal situations at least. There's ways to block spells specifically, but under normal situations, spells are unblockable, and then when an enemy is stunned by the spell, they can't avoid physical attacks too. So stunned the elemental with Sacred Javelin and then just one-shot it with the Icicle Edge. Icicle, I keep getting those mixed up. Yeah, it's the Icicle Sword. Looks like he might be having to kind of deviate a little from his normal route here, I guess because of Valkyrie dying to the Arcane Ruins boss earlier and missing some levels. Is because the points that you use towards learning skills come from leveling up, for the most part. So as far as the artifacts we picked up here, We got two very, very useful ones. We got a sword called Infernus, which is like it's like the Icicle sword, only it's fire elemental instead, and instantly kills ice elemental monsters. Then we got the Holy Water of Mithra, which is a very rare and very nice consumable combat item that just flat out does 100,000 damage to one monster. And we'll be holding on to that for a boss later on. And then because we wanted to keep all of the artifacts there, in addition to being able to send an artifact to get that one eval in order to dodge the C ending, when you pick it up out of the chest, you can actually just go into your item menu and choose to send an artifact to Odin from there and get the +1 eval. Alright, so now we're doing the Cave of Thackus, which is kind of a water-themed dungeon for the most part. The idea here is that we have to talk to that kind of spirit of a wizard twice in order to actually be able to get to the boss and basically find out that there's kind of, I guess, unclean water that's held back by a magical seal deep in this cave, and the seal is growing weak. Moka is going for a skip here where he's, because what you're intended to do is go up a level and then kind of use a control panel in order to turn off that waterfall, but because you get event experience from freezing that switch there, you can kind of use that to very briefly turn off the waterfall pushing you back effect. So timing's a little bit tight, but when I was preparing, I was able to get it after a few tries. You basically just need to shoot the switch with your ice crystal mid jump, and then you'll be able to skip the controls. Alright, so then we are at the Kraken, which is the boss here. This tutorial we're getting here isn't really particularly relevant to the Kraken fight. It always seemed a little odd to me that they give this to you at this point. It's just some information about how damage calculations work in the game, as far as how each weapon that you equip gives you 1, 2, or 3, or for fighters at least, is 1, 2, or 3 attacks. But it's often the case that the stronger the weapon is, the fewer attacks you get. So we're just going to take out the Kraken's crab adds via Poison Crystal. And then, yeah, the Kraken counts as an ice elemental monster, so one hit from the Infernus sword that we just got from the Citadel of Flame will finish it off. And with that, we have restored the seal and then can claim the artifacts for Cave of Thackus. The Bracelet of Zoe here is fairly useful in a normal playthrough because I believe it just gives you more HP every time you level up, but we don't need it for the speedrun. So we're just keeping one again to skip the animation, this animation here of the artifact floating away, then sending the second one in order to raise our eval by 1 so that we dodge the bad ending. And I guess while Moka is just walking out of the Cave of Thackus, I guess do we have any donations or anything else for right now?
Yeah, I did want to go ahead and give a quick update on some of these donation incentives. So like I said, coming up, we did meet that glitch exhibition incentive for the Legend of Heroes Trials in the Sky. We do have a bid war that still has $1 towards it. It is, do we spare or kill Mueller during the intermission? Right now we have $1 towards spare, but the scales of fate can tip in either way, chat. It all depends on you and how you decide to donate. We also have the naming incentive for the 4 Warriors of Light for the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster run, and we also have the name 3 starting characters in the Wildermyth run we have coming up after that. The top 4 names we have right now are Ayaya with $25, hashtag Null with $14, $10 for Port of Subs, and $2 towards the Legend 27. So if you would like to go ahead and contribute a new name or boost up any of those names for the Wildermyth run, Get your bids in now.
Alright, so now we're doing another hard mode only dungeon called Salerno Academy. This is really, really, really confusing place, first playthrough. Kind of the main puzzle here is just that there's these vines with different colored flowers on them that block your way, and the way you get past them is via smells. There's 3 different scents that you can kind of pick up by interacting with certain things in the academy that will cause one of the vines to let you pass, but it won't. But it only lets you pass for that screen. It kind of respawns afterwards. So the way you're actually kind of able to prevent those vines from regrowing is via this acid that you pick up in one of the rooms in the academy. But even then, when you use the acid on one of the vines, it only prevents the vine from regrowing for a certain number of screen transitions. I don't know the exact number offhand, but that basically just translates into kind of just a very, very specific route that Moka has to follow as far as collect. You can also only have one of the scents at a time, so he just gets one, gets the acid, uses it on the vine, and then just kind of goes to do the same thing to get past another vine. But yeah, that place took me a long time. First playthrough, and Moka just blitzed through it in a couple minutes.
Come to me, Dark Warriors. Battle awaits us.
Alright, so then the Harpy is another enemy that's susceptible to the Infernus sword that Arngrim has. The way that we guarantee a hit on it is kind of neat for this fight. Let's see how it goes. Very nice. So yeah, the Harpy has a very high chance to counterattack, which is not what we want for Arngrim. But if we have Valkyrie just attack it and proc the counterattack, then Arngrim can actually attack during the Harpy's counterattack. So you're kind of countering a counterattack and then get the one-shot effect with the Infernus sword. So of these artifacts we're picking up here, I believe the only one we're actually going to be using is the Tiara of the Holy Empress, which is a nice helmet. And we're pretty fast to get out of Salerno Academy just because there's a one-way door out of the boss room that just goes back to the start, which you do not want to go into before collecting the artifacts, because I think I learned that the hard way the last time I played this, that you'd have to retrace all of your steps or use the rewind. Alright, so now we have Brahms's castle, Brahms being one of the leaders of the undead and a vampire. And this is another dungeon that's a requirement for the A ending. And even though there's no artifacts here, there's a 4-minute time limit where if that runs out, you just get kicked out of the dungeon, which makes getting all of the treasure here fairly challenging. But when we don't need any of it and we just want to go directly to the end, I mean, that only took, what, like 20-ish seconds or so, I think, on the timer. Cornering Brahms, the vampire, in his throne room here, and kind of seeing that he has another woman that looks a little bit like Lenneth imprisoned in a crystal over his head. We're not going to be getting a better look at it in the normal game engine with the choice we're going to be making here, but through this conversation we learned that that's actually another Valkyrie named Silmeria. So once we progress through this conversation, we actually get given a choice on whether to fight Brahms or not. And whether we do so or not actually doesn't really matter. It's very unlikely to actually defeat him, especially with the levels and gear that we have in the speedrun. But whether you do or not doesn't matter as far as meeting the requirement for the A ending. So we just choose not to fight him because it's significantly faster. Alright, so then Next dungeon we're going to is the Clockwork Mansion, another hard mode only dungeon. This is the main theme for the hard mode dungeons is puzzle solving and exploration, and this is a fairly short, another kind of short dungeon if you know what to do exactly, and a pretty long one if you don't. The way this dungeon works is that now Moka has entered just kind of this large square-shaped box, basically, where every time he goes through a door or climbs up or down a ladder, that actually rotates the rooms that he's in by 90 degrees. There's a scroll that you get that lets you actually kind of see the map of the full dungeon if you press I forget, maybe like the select button or something like that. Although Moka is just following an optimized route here in order to do the right rotations in order to get to the boss. Alright, and then we are at the Chimera. Fairly easy fight at this point with the setup we have. It's really just going to take 2 spells from Mistina and Jalanda in order to take down the Chimera.
Their souls have been released. We have no reason to remain here.
And for our artifacts here, the one we'll be keeping is called the Mirror of Pleiades. This is a accessory you can equip that actually gives the equipper a 50-50 chance to reflect magic back, which is, it's not really something that's like required specifically for the route, but it's just a nice little bit of safety. And the Mirage Robe will be what we send in order to avoid having 0 eval and getting the bad ending.
Well, chat, with the looks like exit from this dungeon, I will also have to make my exit from the host station. I want to thank everybody for giving me this opportunity, and don't worry, I will be handing the mic over to Sporadic Erratic for the second half of the Valkyrie profile run. So thanks again so much, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your event. Take it away, Sporadic.
As well, Sporadic is getting set up. A little bit, fairly important little bit of menuing there where Moka got rid of some of the periods that he doesn't need for the rest of the chapter, and then just did a quick check of his characters just to see if any of them broke their Angel Curios, because Angel Curios revive the character if they lose all their DME or HP, but there's a 30% chance of it breaking, so if any of his Angel Curios broke, he definitely wants to replace them at this point. So this place is actually somewhat of a difficulty spike in a normal playthrough, because as soon as we enter the Lost City of Japan, we get thrown right into a boss fight against Barbarossa, and kind of know things are getting a bit serious when you fight a boss that has unique music. So the strategy you're going to be using here is like a lot of these fights, we're using Spell Reinforce to boost the amount of damage all of our characters do, both with actual spells and with items that cast spells. Yeah, you also know it's getting serious when the bosses start actually having voice clips. I love the music for this fight too. A lot of these bosses have unique music too, which is really above and beyond for a game of this era, I'd say. So yeah, then after kind of softening up Barbarossa a fair bit, you finish him off with Mystic Cross and Sacred Javelin spells from our mages. Sadly, even though that's actually a fairly rough fight, in a lot of casuals places you don't get any experience for it, and then your reward instead of that is actually get to do the same boss again. That's why I say this is a definite difficulty spike, that you not only have a fairly rough boss, but then you have to fight it twice back to back. Doing the same general strategy here though. buffing up with spell reinforce and throwing some poison crystals and spells. Kind of missed if he did it during battle or during the menu before he came in here, but at some point here he's going to want to swap Arngrim from the Infernus over to the Icicle Sword, because he'll be wanting to fight stuff that's susceptible to the Icicle Sword instead.
All right, well, if we have a moment here, I'm just going to introduce myself. I am your host, Sporadic Erratic. I hope y'all have been enjoying this Valkyrie profile Lenneth 100% hard mode, all artifacts, A ending run by Moka. I am really hyped to be here with you until the end.
We're glad to have you, Sporadic. Alright, so then even though we've defeated Barbarossa twice now, we find out that he's just his negative feelings and regrets kind of keep bringing him back to the mortal world, and then we realize we need to kind of go try to learn more about who he is and how he became a headless undead knight warrior to try to actually kind of put him to rest permanently. So we go into the ruined castle of Dupont here, and then there's plenty of more places we could go, but in order to actually progress the story, we need to go into the basement here, where we find this very mysterious device that Valkyrie makes the very, very poor choice of just deciding to walk right into the middle of without knowing what it is. We get these foreboding text messages here about people taunting Valkyrie for falling into their trap. It's kind of a really neat dungeon too, in that it kind of has its own story and everything too, which a lot of the other dungeons don't really. It's usually just kind of you explore the dungeon, find the treasure, fight the boss, but there isn't really kind of much story stuff going on here, and then Lost City of Dupont is an exception to that. What's going on here isn't really like super related to the main overall story of Valkyrie Profile, but it does. It is partially set up for the sequel, Valkyrie Profile 2, where the city of Dupont plays in pretty strongly. All right, so then after kind of after being sucked into the light generated by that mysterious machine, we come back out and suddenly find out that the ruined castle that we came into is not ruined anymore. That we eventually realized that we've actually been sent back in time to before the fall of Japan. I guess I misspoke a bit by saying the story here doesn't like directly relate to the main story. It does a little bit in the sense of introducing us to this character we're about to see named Hrist, who's another Valkyrie, only with black armor. And we also see Llewellyn, who's a 9-Harrier we could have gotten earlier but skipped, and Mistina are somehow in league with Hrist. Lenneth Valkyrie assumes her human disguise form that you become whenever you go to a city. Hides out from Hrist, and then in order to, there's a lot more NPCs you can talk to here, but in order to progress the story, we need to go into this house and then talk to this woman here that tells us about a hidden room inside Dupin Castle that Malabeth, the queen of Dupin, is hiding out in. So for this, when we're in the past for Dupin Castle, there's no real fighting or platforming or anything we have to do here. Could probably actually squeeze in like a donation or a plug or something too while Moka is heading to the end here. So one of the things we could have found out, I guess, if we'd have read more of the dialogue too, is that the reason why Hrist is in Japan is because Barbarossa, the king of Japan, who is also the undead knight that we fought when coming here, is defying the gods and is about to be executed by Hrist because of that. So we go into the secret room, which we have to talk to that NPC in town in order to be able to gain access to, and then she gives us the king's crown. And somehow Arngrim is also here. And we see a cutscene here that this is again one of the cutscenes that was added to the PSP version of the game, and this is a really, really big reference to Valkyrie Profile 2, Silneria. Like here we're seeing Alicia, who's the princess of Japan, and the main protagonist of Valkyrie Profile 2, kind of rushing to try to save her father, King Barbarossa, from being executed, and unfortunately doesn't quite make it in time. None of this was in the original game at all, because again, Valkyrie Profile 2 came out about 6 years later, but then the PSP remake of Valkyrie Profile was after that. So then Valkyrie kind of returns the crown to Barbarossa, and then that, I guess, kind of just reminds him of his pride as the king of the country, and sets in motion putting his soul to rest. We also kind of learn here too that Barbarossa defying the gods was something he was basically tricked into doing by these characters called the Three Mages, the court mages for Japan. And the Three Mages were the villains that tried to imprison Valkyrie in the past via the time machine. I don't know if they really explain how exactly she came back to the present, if that was just due to getting the crown and witnessing the execution, or if there was more going on there. But now that that's out of the way, now we kind of do the real dungeon area for this area. We see that the Three Mages are up to no good, and then we're going to try to chase them down inside the castle. This is another point that's a little rough to figure out casually as far as where exactly you need to go to find the mages. It's a little mean, because what we have to do is we actually have to break that window up there and slash it with your sword. And I don't really think there's much in the way of hints in the game to clue you in on that. But if you know about it, this is a really, really short dungeon, and we're already at the boss. So this is another boss that will just be using kind of the same general strategy we've used for the last couple of bosses, where we buff up our magic power with spell reinforce and throw some poison crystals. Depending on kind of how the fights have been playing out, it is possible to potentially run out of poison crystals during this fight before you win, in which case you may need to do something else to finish off the last mage. So we'll see how it works out for Moka here. Oh yeah, he's got plenty of them. I see he's still got 2 left after this one. All right, and that is it for Lost City of Japan. Yeah, really cool dungeon. Like, I really like the again, the way this dungeon has its own story. It makes it a little, and along with the kind of the surprise boss fight with Barbarossa right at the beginning, that makes this kind of a special dungeon. And then neither of these artifacts are going to be useful, so yeah, just keeping one and sending up the other. And then that's basically the end of chapter 6. So I guess while we go through the sacred phase and get another ether scepter for our troubles, I guess Sporadic, do you have any donations or anything for us?
Well, I would like to remind everybody that we have all kinds of incentives to meet, including 5 for the Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate run coming up, including this one. Oh, I really want to see it. The Take Barrett on a Date in Chapter 14. We're only about $60 away from that. I think that we can make it. I think we could definitely make that one. But please do remember, when you're getting your donations in for Nami, they don't automatically go towards any incentives. You have to click on those incentives. Please click on that incentive to take Barrett on a date.
You do not want to miss that too. Having seen that myself,
really
playing the game, it's really, really good.
Do we have time for some more here?
Yeah, you've got time for a couple more. Again, we're just finishing off chapter 6 and getting yeah. Shout outs to that sprite work, by the way, on Freya's angry face when she yells at you for not actually doing what you're supposed to be doing here. And then we're doing some more spiritual concentrations to get to the Forest of Spirits and the Tombs of Amenti, which are the next some of the next dungeons we need. So yeah, let's have a few more donations or plugs, I guess, where we're going through the concentrations.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the rest of the Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade incentives we're looking to unlock. We have one to fight Reno and Rude in Chapter 6 blindfolded. We have one to climb the stairs instead of taking the elevator in the Shinra HQ. If you want to see more Marathon, more RPG Limit Break 2023, you want to get your donations in for that one. We have one to fight the super boss Vice after the run with an only 2-character party. Oh my gosh. And then another one to fight Rufus blindfolded. So all kinds of things to donate towards to unlock in the future. Please get your donations in.
We get kind of a unique exchange here as part of this sacred phase too, where Odin is telling us about a mage named Iseria, who I guess maybe the reason this is in here is just to give us a clue to go back to the Arcane ruins, because remember that was where we fought the I think Raver Lords is what they were called earlier to as part of the 100% category requirements, and there was this mysterious looking woman sealed in a crystal on the back of the boss room that we couldn't really do anything with other than just kind of jump over and get a hidden treasure behind her. But now if we wanted to, we could actually go back to those ruins and recruit Iseria, and we actually we'd have to fight her beforehand, but we do not need to do that as part of this category, so we will not.
What should I do?
So again, there's just 2 dungeons we're trying to discover here through concentration. The Forest of Spirits, which is always going to be in this chapter, and then the Tombs of Amenti, which is a hard mode dungeon. Forest of Spirits is a pretty unique dungeon, and that's the only one in the game that you have to go to twice in order to full clear it. We need to go there once as part of that quest that Freya just gave us to repair the accursed flame gem. I like how every time it's mentioned, it's always called the the accursed flame gem in full. And then the second visit to actually fight a boss and get the artifacts. Alright, and with that, we're heading into the Forest of Spirits. So for our first trip here, we're actually able to fast travel to where the elf that can repair the gem is, just by going straight to the left and then talking to her to fast travel to the kind of the hidden place where the elves are. Then the elf basically more or less kind of sends us on a series of fetch quests in order to find some items that are needed in order to repair the gem. Going to be a couple of mini bosses that Moka is going to have to fight as part of getting some of those items. Not the case for the first one, which is, I believe, called the Polar Drops. For this one, he just needs to go down to this spring here, but it's a little deceptive in that you actually have to go to that room twice in order to actually get the Polar Drops, which is why he entered, then immediately left, and then went back in, just because it's on the second visit. Alright, and then for the second item, he has to fight this mini boss called the Civipithecus. And then this enemy can be one-shot by the Icicle Sword. So this is where we're first seeing the weight reaction skill that Moka taught his mage characters a while ago. It's got the name doesn't really tell you that much about what it actually does, but it basically gives mages a familiar. Whenever mages cast spells, they get kind of they have a cooldown period called charge points, I think it's called, and when a mage has charge points, they can, instead of doing nothing, which is normally what happens, they can use their familiar instead. And a really nice thing about the familiar is that it is unblockable. It's the whole reason why Moka has it. And I believe it's also slightly random for these mini bosses, whether the boss or whether you go first. And if depending on that outcome, you may start the fight with some charge time. And if that's the case, you can use the familiar in order to hit the boss, so that you can then finish it off with a physical attack. Yeah, fortunately, pretty much all the mini bosses here are pretty easy to dispose of. Again, he took out the Civipithecus with the Icicle Sword, and then switched to the Infernus for the Venomous Spider. And our last mini boss is the Cockatrice. This one doesn't have, okay, I take that back. It does have a weakness, and that also can be taken out by the Infernus.
That was too easy. What's next?
Alright, so with that, we've found all of the items that we need in order to repair the accursed flame gems. Now it's just a matter of backtracking back to that elf in order to get her to fix the gem. I guess while we're walking, and then got some text and stuff to get the gem. I guess got a quick donation or something for us, Sporadic?
I do. I have a beautiful pile of prizes that folks can be entered to win for just a $5 minimum donation. We have a Wilderness enamel pin set, and we also have some Fighter and Thief Pearlers. For a $10 minimum donation, we have a Trails into Sky SC commission poster, and for a $15 minimum donation, only $15 minimum donation, we have this Neptunia hoodie. It looks so cool. And then finally, for a $20 minimum donation, you can be entered for a chance to win the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Collection for Switch. It is gorgeous. Please get those donations in.
All right, so then what there's no real value for the accursed flame gem, and sending it to Odin gives us an eval point, so we just do that in order, and then but like I said, the Forest of Spirits is kind of a unique dungeon in that there's actually 2 visits required to take care of everything here. Second visit's much shorter. Basically, all we have to do is just go into a part of it we previously couldn't get to because of the fast travel to get to the elf's house to go fight another cockatrice. And then after this one, then we get the kind of the real artifacts for the Forest of Spirits. As far as I know, this is exactly the same as the last cockatrice we have to fight, and the strategy is the same too. We just stun it and then finish it off with Arngrim's sword. Yeah, it looks like the turn order was a little different here, and the boss went first, so instead of using the familiar, we just cast Sacred Javelin instead in order to use something that's unblockable so that Arngrim won't miss with his attack that gets the one shot. So then for finishing this, we get Elven Bow, which is a very nice bow that we'll actually be using on Valkyrie in a bit, because again, Valkyrie can equip either swords or bows, and then a sword called the Arctaris, which we're just sending for the eval point. All right, so then once we're done here, next thing we're going to be doing is doing some more events that we need to do in order to get the best ending. Could probably talk a little bit about one of the kind of central mechanics towards getting the best ending, and that's the seal rating. So Valkyrie has a unique stat called seal value that it's very cryptic in the game what exactly it does, and that's intentional too, because it's something you're kind of meant to figure out on your own. But there's certain things you can do, right? And then the seal value starts the game at 100, and then certain actions that you take can actually reduce or increase that seal value. Like several of the things that Moka has been doing throughout the run that I've kind of called out as being requirements for the A ending will reduce that seal value by like somewhere between like 10 and 20 points, like recruiting Lorenta and Mistina, going to Brahms's castle and then either fighting him or not fighting him, and then going to Weeping Lily Meadows here, which is something you can basically do at any point, will also lower that. But and then the seal value needs to be below a certain number. I want to say like 37 or so. It's somewhere in the like mid to high 30s, kind of at a very specific point in the story in order to put you on track towards getting the A ending. And kind of, even if you kind of fully understand the mechanics behind it, which again are not really explained very well in the game, it's part of why whenever I recommend this game to people, I always say not to feel bad at all about potentially using a like a spoiler-free guide or something, as far as just giving you some help as far as getting the best ending, just because it's very cryptic within the game as far as what you do, and if you don't figure out how to get the best ending, you're kind of missing a lot of the depth of the story, and then there's a totally different end game and final boss. But anyway, so even if you fully understand the mechanics behind how to get the best ending, a very important thing is that whenever you transfer an Einherjar to Asgard, that will increase your seal value. And even transferring Lucian, which is something you have to do to get to A ending, will increase the seal value too. So Moka is using a route that's kind of optimized around doing basically everything, that as much stuff as he can to lower the seal value right when you need to in order to get yourself on track for the A ending. Because there's even like one more event that you could do to lower that, but just because the route is optimized enough, he didn't have to. And that was actually to go visit Lucian before, while he was still alive, before he became an Einherjar. That's something you could do in an earlier chapter to lower the seal value, but we're doing a route that's optimized around just not needing that. So what we're seeing right here, as far as Lucian in Valhalla talking to other gods, seeing this cutscene, this is kind of our confirmation that we've met the requirements for the A ending, and we're starting to get told a lot more lore about about Valkyries, and not just what they do, but also who they are too. That they're divine beings that are reincarnated within the bodies of mortal women. And this is kind of Lucian kind of realizes from this that that his lost love Platina was the host reincarnation of Lenneth Valkyrie, and that's why they look the same. And we're getting introduced to another god by the name of Loki here, who you can have some minor interactions with in the sacred phases between chapters earlier on, but this is kind of where he really starts to step into the story. So he's just he's just kind of here talking to Lucian, and then that other goddess named Frey or Fry, I'm not really sure how to pronounce it, and he kind of tantalizes Lucian by offering him the opportunity to kind of learn more about Lenneth, and by extension Platina, and then offers to take him to a part of the Palace of Valhalla where there's an item called the Water Mirror that he could use to actually contact Lenneth. Get that kind of foreboding shot of that crystal orb there. It's an item called the Dragon Orb. It's going to be pretty important later.
Valkyrie, do you hear me? It's me, Lucian. Valkyrie, do you hear me? Valkyrie.
And then Lucian uses the water mirror kind of behind Odin's back to contact Valkyrie and
You think I will forgive you for taking such liberties?
try to make her remember who she really is. And he kind of does that by giving her one of Platina's earrings that he's been holding on to ever since she died, and then saying that, kind of challenging her to find where the other one is. Could probably fit in a few donations or so during the rest of this cutscene.
What do you need?
Okie doke. Well, I have a donation here from Xcodes for $20, who says, in the original Final Fantasy, it is required to use an airship to save the world, which naturally means we need an airship pilot. Who is the best airship pilot in Final Fantasy? Dan! Thank you so much, Xcodes. I have another donation here from Some Diener for $10, who says, shout out to puwexil, always the professional on commentary. Thanks for all you do.
No, thanks, Diener.
Of the repercussions. This was unforgivable.
This is a fairly important moment for the story, too, where Valkyrie does not take Lucian using the water mirror to contact her very well, and kind of dramatically says that what he did is unforgivable. But then we find out kind of what Loki's ulterior motive was here, and that he basically tricked Lucian to kind of serve as a distraction to kind of distract the other gods while he steals the dragon orb, which is one of the 4 treasures. The 4 treasures being kind of a thing in Norse mythology. And then one of those, I guess the idea is that each of the worlds, like the world of gods, the world of mortals, the world of elves, and the underworld, all each have a treasure, and then the dragon orb is the treasure for Midgard. Alright, so then what we're doing here is we're getting Lorenta prepared to be transferred, and doing that by just raising a bunch of her hero stats, giving her some nice equipment, like one of the artifacts actually that we picked up earlier. We're getting Valkyrie equipped for the next leg of the run by putting on the Mirror of Pleiades to get 50% chance to reflect spells, and then the Elven Bow that we just got from the Forest of Spirits. Then we're transferring Lorenta and then sending a Stargard, which is just like a gauntlet to raise our eval. Then the main reason we're transferring Lorenta is kind of another part of dodging the C ending, because I believe just because of the way that the story flows here with this kind of special event that happens because of the A ending, we need to just transferring artifacts isn't quite enough to dodge the C ending. We do need to transfer an Einherjar as well, so we're not going to use Lorenta for anything, so we just transfer her at this point. But transferring Lorenta does give us a couple items here. I believe the main one we're potentially going to be using is the Ether Scepter. Oh, okay. It looks like okay. Having to redo some of the menu here to make sure we're doing everything we need to keep on track for the A ending. Yeah, this exact thing has happened to me a few times too when I was doing some playthroughs with the 100% speedrun route to prepare for this commentary, where I kind of realized that I made a mistake in one of the menus, then used the rewind option on the PS4 and 5 remaster to get back, but it's not always super obvious when you do that, kind of where in the menu sequence you're rolling back to, so it can be a little disorienting at first.
May fate guide. I expect good.
So we're kind of seeing the end of the scene that we kind of got left on a cliffhanger with Lucian and Loki, who now has the power of the dragon orb and is kind of grown into a larger and more powerful form there, fighting, and Loki defeating Lucian, and then kind of blaming the theft of the dragon orb on Lucian. Still don't really know yet kind of why exactly why Loki wants the dragon orb, but we will soon enough.
The other one is hidden somewhere else.
So you get kind of a reminder here, though, that Lucian was trying to tell Valkyrie something, and rather than tell her directly, he kind of challenges her to find the earring that matches the one he gave to her through the water mirror. But with that, we are now starting Chapter 8, the final chapter. Chapter 8 doesn't have any Einherjar. It's just all dungeons that we find through spiritual concentration. There's 3 that we're discovering here: Palace of the Dragon, Arianrod Labyrinth, and Celestial Castle. Probably squeeze in a word or so from Sporadic while we're finishing up the concentrations.
Sure thing. Well, I want to remind everybody that NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone in their mental health journey. The last 2 years have been a stressful time in the world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you need it. You're not alone. And that's what we're here raising funds for now for NAMI, such a wonderful organization. Thank you so, so much to everybody who is helping out, even just by being here in the Twitch chat.
All right. So now we're starting Palace of the Dragon. This is another hard mode only dungeon. And kind of the puzzle theme for this one is that as we explore the palace, we find these gemstones that we can use on those statues in order to teleport us to different parts of the palace. So we just kind of need to go through a few rooms, find a gemstone, and then use it to get to the next part of the palace. But this palace is home to some fairly nasty. Kind of struggling to think of what to even call it, but I guess you can just call it puzzles for lack of a better term. There's these kind of moving soldier statues that if they touch you will transport you to kind of the netherworld, basically, this kind of weird extra-dimensional part of the castle. That is going to happen eventually, intentionally for fast travel, but there's some fairly tight jumps that Moka is eventually going to have to make in order to avoid those statues. But those are kind of later on. For the time being, we're just moving through and finding more gems to activate the teleporters with, and then like here we just need to rotate these statues of man to all face certain directions in order to open the door. These paintings we're looking at, I believe, are all based on the tarot cards too. Like that was the picture of the emperor. This dungeon is also home to a kind of a bad glitch on the original PlayStation version, where the game can actually randomly crash at some point. I think it's either during or after the boss fight, and a way to prevent that on the PlayStation version is to save and reload the game at the save point before the boss. But on the remaster here, that's not a problem at all. Something else, I guess, a little noteworthy too about the remaster is that because it removes the need to change discs too, because the PlayStation version was a 2-disc game, and I believe it's when you transition from Chapter 4 to Chapter 5 that you need to swap to Disc 2. But thanks to the magic of larger storage capacity and downloadable games, the whole game can just fit into one file now. So then for this puzzle here, we're basically just going. Each of these doors corresponds to one of the tarot cards that we found earlier, and we need to go through them in numerical order, basically. And then here we need to operate this kind of astrological mechanism here in order to light the way to the next part of the palace. We had to operate the machine kind of on the other side in order to get this event to happen here, which turns on the lights and lets us go through the door in the corner here to proceed. Yeah, and that save point is where we'd be doing a save and reload if we were on the original version in order to avoid any chances of the game crashing, but again, not a problem here. Yeah, this is a really rough puzzle here that I was talking about earlier, where Moka is having to dodge this red soldier statue here a couple of times in order to get it to turn off and let him past. And he's trying to do it as fast as possible too, which means getting it to chase after you instead of following behind it. Although you got it to chase him at least for the second part of it. I imagine getting the jump over it to have it chase you the first time is fairly tight. So then we've got kind of the next version of that puzzle here, and this one's a fair bit more difficult because we basically there's a hint tile somewhere that tells us that we need to get the statue to get tired, basically, and the way we do that is to get it to chase us multiple times without spending too much time moving slowly. And Moka has a very nice setup for it as far as kind of creating a crystal in the ground there is, I believe, just to serve as a visual cue for when he needs to jump in order to have the statue go under him and then turn around. So yeah, that was very, very nice. Got that first try. And then that time touching the statue was intentional. I was just doing this to get through the palace a little bit faster. But yeah, in a normal playthrough, you do not want to be in that area just because there's some very nasty enemies in there. All right, so now we're at the boss, who's an evil wizard named Gandar. This story element doesn't honestly make a lot of sense to me, how being in Chapter 8, because the idea here is that Gandar kind of intruded on this palace to try to find the dragon orb, but finds that it's already missing, and we know now that Loki took it. I mean, personally, I think this would have made a little more sense to be a bit earlier in the game to kind of introduce us to the dragon orb, but still have it kind of make sense that it's been stolen and no one really knows what happened to it yet. Because it was actually Odin that took it and brought it to Valhalla. But anyway, now it's time to fight Gandar. We got the Mirror of Pleiades coming in handy there with reflecting that's his spell back. Alright, and this is our very first time seeing one of the game's central battle elements called Purify Weird Soul, or PWS, which is something we're going to start seeing a fair bit for boss fights and the rest of the run. Whenever we have characters attack, either with weapons for fighters or spells for mages, it fills up that hits meter on the bottom. Like each type of attack you can do adds a certain value to it, and then when you set up combos where you're getting a bunch of hits for all of your characters, eventually you can fill it up to 100%. And when that meter is at 100%, then you can start using PWS abilities from your characters. Every character has their own. Well, I should say every fighter character has a unique PWS, and then mages have what's called Great Magic, where they have if they have the right weapon equipped, they can use a really powerful spell that has a flashy FMV effect. So what happened there was softening up Gandar a bit, and then doing a full combo, and then using Arngrim's PWS Final Blast in order to finish him off. But yeah, so Freya made an appearance there and basically said that Gandar, for trying to steal the dragon orb, even though it's already gone by that point, that he's sentenced to death, and that Valkyrie is going to carry out the sentence. So after defeating Gandar, he's kind of forcibly recruited as an Einherjar. Alright, so then we get our artifacts for the Palace of the Dragon. None of these are actually going to be useful, so Just going to keep 2 of them to avoid the slower animation of sending them up, and then send up the last one in order to dodge the bad ending. And then just because of how this dungeon works with the stones that that you use to teleport, and the fact that you get to choose which stone you use and go anywhere, getting out of this place is pretty fast. We just use the first stone. We had the Eclipse stone, which just basically sends us right back to the start, and we are out of here. Okay, and then next dungeon we're going to is the Arianrod Labyrinth. This is a pretty unique dungeon in that the whole dungeon is basically kind of one math puzzle where you just have this long chain of teleporters where you've got a number showing up that when there's only one of them, it tells you kind of which floor of the labyrinth you're going to, and then there's these switches you can press in order to change the number. But then eventually there's some rooms where there's 2 numbers, and then when you interact with the switches, it becomes math as far as kind of the numbers being, like here it's 3 minus 1 initially, and then we're flipping it to be 10 instead, so it becomes 13. And we're picking up some treasure, nice treasure here too, in the form of the Wand of Apocalypse, which is just a really good wand for mages. And then when we get to the save point here, and then under most circumstances you can only divine items at save points, then we've got a fairly big menu we're going to be doing. And a lot of that is basically just set up for Dark Lord, which is the boss of this dungeon, because Dark Lord requires a very, very specific setup. We'll kind of get a little more into that when we actually get to the fight, but we're giving a bunch of experience first to Gandar, and then even more to Mistina. So we're leveling up Gandar to level 10, Mistina to level 30, making some battle items called charge breaks, lucid potions, might potions, and probably some healing items as well. Making some weapons too. Like I saw him make the windlass crossbow, which is a weapon he's actually going to be using later on for the Seraphic Gate incentive after the run. And restocking on Angel Curios, and then getting a wand for Jalanda called the Noble Desire. And we're going to teach Gandar the Mystic Cross spell. And give Mistina the Wand of Apocalypse that we just picked up. Do a fair bit of equipping on Gandar just because he's brand new. Magic Charm is another item that we'll need for the post-run incentive to fight Iseria Queen. Alright, and then with that we're at Dark Lord. So yeah, so Dark Lord is a fairly dangerous boss if you kind of fight it as intended, because we've got like a lot of bosses in the game, it's a boss that has some helpers, in this case some demons, and if you actually fight the demons, Dark Lord gains a fairly nasty attack that he can't use when he's in the back row. But he just has this really, really nasty AoE attack. So in order to avoid that, we're going to just get our party set up to just blast Dark Lord and his demons away with a bunch of magic. Which is why we kind of went through all the work of adding Gandar to our party and teaching him some spells and abilities, just that we have. Oops, looks like we had a little issue there. Yeah, I think there was just a timing issue there, so that we didn't get enough hits to be able to do everything that we need here. So anyway, so this is kind of what high-level combat in Valkyrie Profile is like too, where once we have kind of a lot of multi-hit weapons and can do a lot of stuff that adds to the PWS meter, we can actually chain PWS abilities together. You can potentially have all 4 characters use their PWS, assuming the one character's PWS adds enough to the meter to get it back up to 100. But once you get to like the 3rd and 4th character in the combo, they start getting a 30% damage bonus to their PWS damage. So just using this setup and then having 4 mages that can all cast Great Magic, which are these flashy full screen effects here, like Celestial Star, which is basically the best spell in the game. We're able to just kind of totally blast away a Dark Lord without having any risk of it actually getting dangerous attacks off. Alright, very nice. Looks like we got an item drop from that too, in addition to the experience crystals. Another thing you can get from enemies in a lot of cases is item drops, and there we got a sword that we're actually going to need later on called the Chrome Rhea sword, Magic Blade Chrome Rhea. And if we didn't get that drop, there is a backup, which is actually to go to a different part of the Aryan Rod Labyrinth to pick up the Chrome Rhea from a chest. But I think it's fairly common to get it as a drop from Dark Lord. Like both of the playthroughs I did to prepare for commentary got the Chrome Rhea from Dark Lord without having to do the backup. It does hurt me a little bit to see the Unicorn Horn wand sent up there, just because that's a really, really nice wand casually that lets you spam Great Magic indiscriminately. But yeah, we don't need it for the speedrun. All right, so then now we have the Tombs of Amenti. This is what I basically like to call the Indiana Jones dungeon, which for reasons we'll be seeing a little later on. But this is also kind of an Egyptian-themed dungeon where there's just a lot of traps and a lot of like moving spike platforms and some fairly challenging platforming. This is a really big dungeon too. Like, I'm pretty sure this took me like well over an hour, if not closer to 2 hours, last time I played casually. But yeah, one of the things we need to do to eventually get to the boss is find 2 gems, and then just like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, if you take the gem, it removes weight from a switch, and unfortunately it doesn't drop a large boulder on you. It just seals the door. And then the way you cheat that is by creating an ice crystal and then breaking it, because the thing we haven't... Nice. That's actually a fairly tough jump there. It was pretty cool to get that first try. But yeah, one of the things we haven't really seen a whole lot of yet is that when you create ice crystals, you can actually break them with your sword, and there's a few puzzles in the game that require doing that, and that was one of them. You had to use a piece of an ice crystal to replace the gem that you need to finish this dungeon and actually open the door. A lot of these jumps are pretty difficult too, at least I found when preparing, and Moka is making it look very, very easy. It's a nice optimization there too with setting up that crystal dust cloud up by the door to kind of be there and waiting at the right height for him when he was ready to go back with the red jewel. Micro-optimization when you can't make the cycle on one of those flame jets to set up an ice crystal next to it so that he can just walk over it instead of having to jump. You move a little bit slower when jumping than while running. Grabbing a flame jewel there. This is not something that would normally be part of the 100% run, but it is part of the incentive for the Seraphic 8 that we'll be doing afterwards, thanks to everybody's generous donations. In in most of the hard mode exclusive dungeons like this one, there's chests where you can find flame jewels in, and flame jewels are basically keys to open locked doors in the Seraphic Gate, which is the game's post-game super dungeon. And Moka, I believe, is going to get a total of 3 flame jewels as part of his route. So we have a bit of setup here for the boss, and a little bit afterwards too. In particular, we wanted to get another Tome of Alchemy like we used on Lazard a bit ago, which will just instantly defeat some non-boss monsters. I like this too here, because we're being asked the riddle of the Sphinx, basically, but all 3 answers are correct. It's like man, humans, and Homo sapiens, I think, are the possible answers for that. Alright, so then we get to meet Akedamen, who's the boss. Pretty much all of the bosses in Chapter 8 have unique music and voice clips. Starting with Akedamen.
Your sins lay heavy upon you.
Get some unique dialogue from Valkyrie, kicking it off too.
You shall be obliterated.
So kind of how this fight goes largely comes down to how easily you're able to actually hit Akedamen, just because he has a fairly good evade rating, and then he also always casts Reflect Sorcery on the first turn, which normally reflects spells, but if an enemy... unfortunately, it's like we're going to have to rewind a little bit to hit him. But yes, even though Reflect Sorcery does what you think it does, if an enemy is in hit stun from a physical attack, they will not reflect spells. So need to get a hit in with Valkyrie's bow, and then we can set up our PWS. Because yeah, Akedamen is kind of bad magic defense and is weak against the holy element. So once we're able to overcome his Reflect Sorcery, all it just takes is 1 Celestial Star PWS from Mystina to take him out.
You freaks have no reason to exist.
My reign is eternal. The world shall once again quake before the might of Akedamen.
Alright, so then the Tombs of Amenti have a whopping 5 artifacts that we'll be picking up. The only one that we'll actually be using eventually is the Mask of the Dead King, which is a helmet. Everything else here is just going to be either collected or sent. And then a very unique thing about the Tombs of Amenti is that there's trap chests in here that have monsters in them. I think that's something that's unique to the Tombs of Amenti. Most other trap chests just have like freezing gas or poison gas or arrows or something in them, but here there's actually trap chests with monsters. And normally whenever you defeat the boss of a dungeon, all of the regular monsters will get despawned, and there's no more fighting here. But here you can use the fact that there's trap chests in order to actually get into a fight after you've beaten the boss, and then that's going to be what Moka is going to be doing to actually get out of the Tombs of Amenti way, way faster than walking out, which would take quite a while with how long this place is. So it's kind of that's going to be using, because if your whole party dies in this game, it's not an actual game over. You just get kicked back to the overworld, and at that point, without really losing progress. So he's getting set up here to take an intentional death off of a trap chest monster. And he's doing that by removing all of the Einherjar from his party and just leaving Valkyrie, and then doing kind of a subtle trick there too with swapping Valkyrie from between a bow and a sword in order to de-equip her skills, which de-equips Guts. It's also important to make sure she doesn't have an Angel Curio here so that she won't re-raise. But yeah, once that setup is all done, then you just trigger the trap chest fight, and then just kind of kill time until Valkyrie runs out of health, and then you get kicked back out. getting kind of bad luck with Valkyrie blocking and avoiding the some of the attacks from the mummies here. But yeah, that's it. Pretty much the only way to kind of permanently lose this game is to get the bad ending, because like you see here, if you die on a fight, you just get kicked out of the dungeon, and doing that does cost you some time periods, because every time you enter a dungeon or town, it does cost periods. All right, so next we're going to be doing a very heavy water-themed dungeon called the Sunken Shrine. This one has some moderately challenging platforming and some puzzles that are a bit challenging to try to optimize based around having to have some fairly tight control over the over movement of ice crystals that you create by breaking them. I like the sprite work there for Valkyrie, just hanging off of that lever like that.
I like the squid at the beginning. That was really cool.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier in the run, I just absolutely love PlayStation 1 games from this era that still used two-dimensional sprite work instead of going in on 3D models, because it just looks so nice to kind of use the advanced game console technology to kind of refine what was already really nice on like late Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis era games. So kind of the trick you need to do here, because one of the main kind of gimmick of the Sunken Shrine is that you can raise and lower the water level here. And, like, you have to flood the shrine in order to be able to get up to the higher floor here, and then turn off the water in order to be able to open a door to get to the next section of it. Alright, so then here's kind of one of the aforementioned puzzles where he has to break an ice crystal and then let go of it in order to hit a switch that opens the door. And you can do that a little bit faster by actually kind of throwing the crystal instead of letting go of it. But that's a lot more picky about where exactly you do it. And I don't blame Moka for just kind of releasing the crystals instead, because it's way more consistent and not really that much slower either. This one you actually need to use one of the crystals to just kind of float up to the top like that.
These puzzles are really cool though.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, I mean, even like so many of these are just kind of based around just one ability that Valkyrie has, the ability to create ice crystals and do various things with them. But there's just so many kind of clever puzzle designs that Tri-Ace, the game developers, came up with to just kind of all do around that one thing. Kind of a fun little speed boost there too, because like it's what I call a crystal boost, where you break a crystal right next to you, and that will just kind of give you some momentum going to the left or right. And here we're just kind of combining a crystal with some crystal dust in order to hit all three of those switches. And pretty important menu here to re-add all the Iron Harrier to your party after you took them out to do the death warp before, and then do some setup for the boss. Let me make sure everybody has Angel Curios. So then Wraith, which is the boss of the Sunken Shrine, this is where we're actually going to be putting that Holy Water of Mithra that we picked up back in the Citadel of Flame to use, because again, Holy Water of Mithra will just do 100,000 damage to a single enemy, and just because the Wraith has, I believe, just fairly good stats, and it's also only one enemy that doesn't have any kind of helpers or anything. This just kind of works out to be where we get the most bang for our buck out of the Holy Water of Mithra. So it's we just use that to just one-shot the Wraith.
They were no match for us.
Alright, so then we get the 3 artifacts, none of which we actually need. So I guess while Moka is picking up the artifacts and then backtracking out of the sunken shrine, I guess Sporadic, you got a few things you want to tell us?
Yes, well, I have an anonymous donation here for $10, and they say, "This week has given me something to look forward to and something to believe in. Mental illness is tough. So much love to the organization." Thank you so much, Anonymous, for your love to the organization, for sending in that $10 for Nami. I definitely, I can relate. You know, the thing that got me started hosting for events like this was kind of not knowing what to do or where to turn. And, you know, GDQ was my first, but I'm so happy to be here at RPG Limit Break. NAMI is a charity that is really near and dear to my heart. I have ADHD. I have struggled with depression. Really believe in what the charity is doing. And, yeah, if you're looking for something to do, you know, there's always events like this that are looking for volunteers. Even if you can't, just being here and watching, you're helping out. Thank you so much.
All right. So I think I misspoke a little bit by saying we're not doing anything with the artifacts. We're not doing anything directly with those artifacts, but that tier of the cosmos that we picked up, we can actually transmute to get another holy water of Mithra, which we'll be using on a later boss. So yeah, we're just having to engage with the flooding mechanic a little bit more here in order to be able to get out of Sunken Shrine. It's nice that some of the dungeons have kind of really quick ways to get out after you've beaten the boss, but unfortunately this one doesn't. Alright, and then with that, we're actually on our way to the last dungeon that we're going to go to before starting the endgame, the Celestial Castle. This is the last dungeon that has artifacts in it that we need for the 100% category. I like the really kind of funky music that this place has too, with the beat in the background. If we'd have read the text for the kind of describe this place too, I believe it tells us too that this is home to a witch named Genevieve, who we'd know a little bit about if we'd have gotten more Einherjar, because I forget which one exactly, but one of the Einherjar, when we recruit it, we actually have a very brief and easy fight with Genevieve as part of that, before Genevieve kind of starts doing some mind control and causing trouble. So for the first time in like 2.5 hours or so here, we're actually going to be taking off the Dimension Slip from Valkyrie, which is the accessory that prevents random encounters, and it's kind of a silly reason too, and that's just this puzzle here where you've got 2 rooms here where in order to just get past them, you have to slash all of these butterflies or whatever they are with Valkyrie's sword, and if you have the Dimension Slip equipped, then you can't slash them. They're just phased out. And for the second part, you've got these freeze lasers you have to worry about too. I guess it worked out nicely though. I guess that the text box for getting the for solving the puzzle canceled out Valkyrie being frozen by the laser there. I actually didn't know that was a thing. That was funny. Another thing worth pointing out too is that there were a couple of rooms Moka went through that are kind of at the bottom of the castle where there's no floor. If you fall down there, you will actually get kicked out of the dungeon. So it's very important. I mean, it's not really, if you know what you're doing, it's not really that hard to not fall off, but you just want to be careful when you're in those rooms. All right, and with that, we just meant to do a lot of moves to the east, and we'll get to Genevieve. So Genevieve is somewhat of a unique boss in that she has very, very, very good magic resistance. So this is the first time we're going to be doing a very physical-based strategy here. This is where that Chrome Rhea sword that we got from Dark Lord comes into, just because it's a weapon we're going to be using on Arngrim.
マイトレインがない。マイトレイン。
Okay, looks like Moka still needed to teach the Might Reinforce spell to Jolanda, which is an important, because again, this fight we're going to be primarily doing damage using physical attacks instead of magic, and then Might Reinforce raises your physical attack power by quite a bit, so I want to make sure to have that going into here.
Come to me, Dark Warriors. Battle awaits us. We may be in trouble.
Alright, so we're going to use do some setup here as far as casting Might Reinforce. Going to use a Tome of Alchemy to take out Genevieve's vampire helpers. And we're going to use a Lucid Potion, which just makes a character invincible until they do or invisible until they do a physical attack, and doing that prevents Genevieve from attacking on the turn. And uses a Holy Water of Mithra to do 100,000 damage, and then we try to get set up for. Oh, looks like we didn't get quite enough hits in to fill up the bar, so we're going to do a rewind and then try to get it right. Okay, so we're chaining PWSs together to get some damage bonuses on the last ones, and then you noticed how it did 0 damage with Jolanda's, but we're only doing it just to set up a chain, basically, to get damage bonuses on the PWSs that actually matter, and that's kind of what we're doing with Valkyrie here as well. But yeah, this is where the Chrome Rhea sword we got from Dark Lord really comes in handy too, just because that has the special property of just boosting PWS damage at the expense of weakening regular attacks. So that'll boost the damage that Arngrim does with his PWS by a fair bit, and that combined with the Might Reinforce lets us take her out.
Well, they were rather annoying.
This is why I really love this 100% category for the game too, just because you get to see just all of these really different cool strategies for bosses, especially late in the game. Because you do eventually the game does kind of eventually outgrow the strategy we were using earlier with doing spell reinforce plus throwing poison crystals. Because like if you do a run of the B ending, that's just the strategy you use for the final boss. And yeah, when we're having to do fight a lot more of these late game bosses, we have to use a lot more varied and clever strategies to take them out. Alright, so I don't believe we're actually needing to use any of the artifacts there, so yeah, that should be the last set of artifacts that we need as part of 100%, because again, 100% is getting all the artifacts from dungeons, achieving the A ending, and then in order to get access to most of the dungeons, you also have to play on hard mode. The dungeons you have access to vary a bit depending on what difficulty you're on. And then we'll be able to somewhat speed up getting out of here by taking advantage of the fact that on the outdoor parts of the Celestial Castle, if you fall off, then you just get kicked back to the overworld. So that let us cut out a couple rooms of backtracking there. Alright, so like I said, that was the last dungeon that we need to finish in order to meet the 100% requirement. So with that, it is time to start the end game towards the A ending. So this is where we, if you remember, before we kind of finished the last round of dungeons, Lucian gave Valkyrie one of a pair of earrings, and then kind of challenged her to find where the other one was, and then just from and then she just kind of puts 2 and 2 together, and then goes to Platina's grave and Weeping Lily Meadows, and then finds the other earring there. And then this triggers a bunch of flashbacks. An interesting thing about this sequence on the remakes or remasters of the game too is that we actually see some different versions of some of these cutscenes too, because the some of these cutscenes have the CGI FMVs added into them, but like here, like when you see Valkyrie taking off her helmet and kissing Lucian, those are actually from the original PS1 game, as opposed to the remaster. And then kind of finding these earrings unseals Valkyrie's memories about her human life as Platina, and that is quickly discovered by Freya and Odin.
Her memories?
Yes, but
Just as planned, eh?
yes.
Probably squeeze in a few donations here. So let me. This is a fairly long story sequence before we actually start the end game. So I mean, I guess sporadic. Whenever you have new donations or things you want to say, just feel free to let me know as soon as you'd like.
Sure thing. I mean, I definitely do. I have a $14 donation here from an anonymous donor who says, thanks for the event. Love Valkyrie profile, hate mental illness. Also trying to make a palindrome with a donation counter. Now, at the time this donation came in, they succeeded. The donation counter was at $47,174, which is read the same backwards and forwards. That's a palindrome. So you succeeded for a while, Anonymous, but, you know, someone's generosity foiled your plan. It's okay. It's all going to a wonderful, wonderful cause. This next donation is from the Burning Hunter for $58.80. Says, first, this donation goes to the Barrett date, which I think completes that goal. It really should. It really should complete that goal. Next, thanks to our hosts, Hebings and Sporadic Erratic. Love the energy you both bring. Puwexil, that's a thank you for the amazing and informative commentary.
Oh, thank you.
I've learned a ton as someone who's never even seen this game in action. And Moka-san, your run was so cool, I bought the game on PS5. Last, thank you to all the volunteers for making this event possible, and for Nami for the assistance you render year-round. Now let's beat this awesome game. Thank you so much, Burning Hunter.
All right, so kind of the consequences of Valkyrie regaining her memories from her past human life, kind of where she was reincarnated as a human girl named Platina. Odin does, well, something that's kind of elaborated a lot further in Valkyrie Profile 2 called the Sovereign's Right, which basically puts Valkyrie's soul back to sleep, and then kind of gives her body to another Valkyrie, the one that we saw back in the past in Dipan, called Hrist. And Hrist is considerably less friendly than Lenneth, as far as trying to destroy the earring, and by extension Arngrim and Mystina that are right behind it. And then Lenneth, who's still has a bit of fight left in her, kind of uses her soul to save Arngrim and Mystina from Hrist. But then somebody suggests using magic of ice in order to collect the scattered pieces of Lenneth's soul here, and you can probably guess who he is by the fact that he's referring to her as Misty instead of Mystina. And that's our friend Lizard here, who we haven't seen for quite a while, but yeah, if you're just tuning in, Lizard is a necromancer who's trying to overthrow the gods and become one himself, and then kind of claim Valkyrie for himself. Very, very despicable individual. So then they head back to Mistina's lab in Flensburg, where the homunculus, which is an artificial body kind of meant for a god, created from the body of an elf, is stored. Although I believe this one is actually a half elf, which is very, very important too, because again, if you remember from the kind of the lore we had, about like maybe 2 hours or so ago at this point, that Odin is actually a half elf, half mortal, half god. Basically, in the fact that he's half mortal gives him the ability to grow, and is how he became the All-Father of the gods in the first place.
If to serve this purpose I must command forbidden magics, so be it. Though my body may be tainted, though my soul may be tainted, I imbue thee with thought.
So then they basically brought the ice crystal that has kind of the fragments of Lenneth's soul into it, and then Lazard is using his magic in order to bind it to the homunculus in order to kind of just provide at least a stable vessel for Lenneth's soul, even though it's not kind of all it really is a vessel. It's not really a living being, as I understand it. So then they have a conversation here and kind of realize that this isn't really going to work long term. They need the real body of the Valkyrie to move Lenneth's soul to, and that's going to require challenging Hrist, who kind of Odin made the primary Valkyrie. And they just kind of know that Hrist is at Brahms's castle because Hrist and Brahms have kind of a shared history together that I don't think we really get kind of a full explanation of at this point. Like the animation of Hrist laughing, it's just kind of so creepy. But then, kind of as a surprising turn, Brahms actually joins Arngrim, Mistina, and Lazard to fight Hrist.
I beseech you, for me.
And then you'd kind of think this is going to be somewhat of a challenging fight, but no, this is actually very, very easy.
This is impossible. You creatures of a...
Just takes one round of attacks to very, very easily take out Hrist. Loud noise warning for the next cutscene, by the way. There's a fair bit of yelling.
I mean, honestly, how do you know anybody's powering up if there's yelling?
Well, it's more powering down in this case with kind of Hrist being expelled from the physical body of the Valkyrie. Alright, so with that, Mistina is able to I guess just kind of imprison the Valkyrie body in another crystal that they're going to take back to where the homunculus with Lenneth's soul in it is. Mistina and Lazard are kind of working together in order to kind of merge together the homunculus with the real Valkyrie body in order to kind of fully put Lenneth back together. You got any donations or other words to share with us, Sporadic?
I absolutely do. I really wanted to remind everybody that RPG Limit Break is proud once again to partner with the Yeti to bring you 5 awesome t-shirts that are now available. Head over to theyeti.com/RPGLB. Take a look at the designs, pick up the ones you want, and know that $5 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled YETEE. theyeti.com/RPGLB. And I would love to hear from everybody in the chat which shirt they picked up or they would like to pick up. I particularly like the event shirt. I really like the color scheme on it. This time it's like super cool. I picked mine up like right away when the shirts dropped. So that's my pick. But I'd love to hear everybody else's pick. Please let me know in the chat.
You can't just leave me.
Yeah, so we're getting getting some flashbacks to various events that happened in the past too. Like I think the first one was one we did not actually see. I think that was part of the recruitment for Llewellyn, I think, or it's either Llewellyn or Lawfer, one of the earlier Einherjar that we just skipped because of not needing for 100%. And some more flashbacks to the prologue.
I won't have it. You want to forget?
Again, this is an optional cutscene you can watch before actually starting the game that shows you more about Lucian and Platina's past.
How is choosing a servant any different from picking a flower?
I believe this one is from Belenus's recruitment, talking about flowers.
Was I picking souls as though I was picking flowers? What is a Valkyrie? Am I merely a death goddess?
So Valkyrie kind of gaining some new insights and just kind of questioning who she is and what her purpose is. As far as if she was really doing the right thing all along, as far as claiming the souls of warriors as Einherjar to send to fight in Ragnarok.
We always used to play here, the two of us. My best friend. This was her house. I knew it. You look exactly like her. It was my fault if I hadn't brought her with me. It wasn't really the earring that I wanted to give you, but I thought if you accepted it, maybe...
This is all an illusion, but there is truth within illusions. And when the illusion fades, the truth will still resonate within you. When you return to reality, what should you do? Try to remember your former self. Remember how you used to feel. Remember what you used to want.
Valkyrie kind of having an introspective moment with Platina, who's her human self,
unforgivable.
before kind of feeling some extreme regret for what became her last conversation with Lucian before Loki killed him. Sort of saying that what he did to try to talk to her was unforgivable.
I hate it.
I believe in the Japanese version of the game, instead of saying "I hate it" in that kind of dramatic way, she just kind of screams too, which I think is a little more meaningful than what they did in English. Alright, get to hear one of my favorite parts of the soundtrack, which is a very, very stacked soundtrack too, called "To the Last Drop of My Blood," which is the theme for the B ending final dungeon, Jotunheim Palace. I do like we get to at least hear a bit of it during this part of the A ending. So Loki basically goes off to talk to Surt, who's the leader of the fire giants, the rivals of the Aesir, or the gods, and kind of tries to join forces with him, and introduces his underlings, Bloodbane the dragon and Fenrir the wolf. But Surt doesn't trust Loki, and then Loki just kind of reveals his true colors and then kills Surt off screen. And we're just kind of, before this story really resumes too, we just get kind of some more lore given to us about the gods, like about how Odin and Loki are kind of the opposites of each other. Like Odin is half human and half elf, and that makes him stronger than kind of the sum of his parts. But Loki is half Aesir and half Vanir, and was kind of rejected by both sides.
Loki really has it rough in like any version of the mythology.
Yeah.
Never works out for Loki.
Yeah, it's kind of weird nowadays with all of the extra Loki mythology, thanks to Marvel, which very much was not a thing when this game first came out.
You dare to stand here before me?
Just once I wanted to see the spear of Gungnir let loose its true power. Black drinks up all other colors. It is said that its jet black aura sucks in all power, and then the spear becomes even more powerful.
The Spear of Gungnir is another one of the 4 treasures.
Truly, it is much
that's Odin's weapon of choice.
Since you're one of the holders of the 4 treasures, you must know it doesn't matter how many you have.
Loki, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe you shall be forgiven?
Perhaps not.
It's basically Loki challenging Odin on his home turf in Valhalla.
Move away. Loki has the orb.
Valhalla is... Loki has stolen the orb.
The orb?
Yes, the dragon orb that Lord Odin took from Midgard to prepare for the coming of Ragnarok.
Then Valkyrie comes back to Valhalla and finds it in ruins through the power of Loki and the dragon orb.
You must go to Odin's side. The war goes not well. Freya is already there.
These kind of little intermissions here where the game's telling you information about the gods and the treasures and stuff. Little, kind of maybe a little strange to me, but I do appreciate that they're just making sure you you just kind of know all the important stuff that's going to matter for the game's ending.
Definitely seems like a really lore-heavy game, which I can appreciate a lot.
Yeah.
Lord Odin was planning to kill
Definitely an upside to this run too, where we're seeing the full story, kind of from start to finish too. Definitely unfortunate that the cutscenes are unskippable, but I do like how you still get to experience the full story as a result of that.
Stop it!
And also just the glorious Motoi Sakuraba soundtrack.
Nothing.
Sakuraba is a pretty prolific composer who probably best known for the Tales of series, but he also worked with Tri-Ace, the company that made this game, and worked on the Star Ocean games. But just of all of the games I've played with Sakuraba soundtracks, this one is by far my favorite. All of the music I feel just fits the mood of what's going on in the game at the time perfectly.
Yes.
But yes, now we found out that Loki was able to slay Odin because Odin chose to protect Freya instead of defend himself in full. And with that, we are rapidly approaching the end of the kind of the A-ending final story sequence. We're about to go into Asgard Hill, which is the final dungeon for A-ending. I think Jotunheim Palace, which is the B-ending final dungeon, I think is a bit more interesting of a dungeon, just because there's just a lot more to do there, rather than just kind of climb up the hill like Asgard Hill. But Asgard Hill has more boss fights in it.
I sealed your memory thinking it was best for you. Humans are born, and then after they die, they are reborn. The circle of life turns for eternity. That is the course of nature. You must not allow such human emotions to consume you. You will lose everything. What is this everything you speak of? Huh? How arrogant of you. Human emotions, you say? I feel pity for all of them.
Well, if we have a moment here.
Yeah, it's probably another minute or so before we actually get going in Asgard Hill.
Yeah. You may have noticed talk about incentives and prizes, and this means you get to vote with your wallet to name characters, to get our runners to complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or to help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win prizes donated by community members, and all donations do go to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2023 tracker.
Why can you not show such emotions toward humans as well?
So part of this dialogue too, we are noticing a pretty big change in Valkyrie too, that she just has a lot more kind of compassion for mortals than she did before. Alright, so with that, climbing Asgard Hill. This is a little bit more interesting in just the A ending speedrun. It's not 100%, because in that run you don't have the dimension slips. There is some challenge as far as actually avoiding the encounters here, but just climbing up the hill, and then we're going to go fight Bloodbane, who's the first of Loki's servants, and arguably the most difficult boss in the game, at least outside of the Seraphic Gate post-game dungeon, just because Bloodbane has a really, really nasty fire breath attack that hits your whole party multiple times, and you can use that several times in a row and ruin your day. Here we go. I love Bloodbane's music too. It's kind of suitably kind of
Your sins lay heavy upon you, defiler of souls.
strong sounding for a dragon.
You shall be obliterated.
So the first turn of the Bloodbane fight is basically all set up.
I feel my flame.
I like that clip. So the first turn of the fight is basically just set up. We're doing Spell Reinforce to boost our magic damage, doing Sap Guard to lower Bloodbane's physical defense, and then using Might Potions with Valkyrie and Arngrim to boost their physical attack. It's kind of like Might Reinforce, but only works on one character.
Feel me, worship me. I am Bloodbane.
I like that clip too. Alright, then we just do basically just a big combo with all of the stat buffs we have set up now to take him out.
This is divine punishment.
So one of the things that Moka did earlier too was to give Jolanda a wand that does not have great magic, and that's just because that's to save animation time basically, so that she doesn't do the full FMV effect for her spells, and she's going first just because the ladder characters that use PWSs in a big combo get 30% extra damage for it, so that's why we start with Jolanda, then we do Valkyrie, and then we do Arngrim and Mystina, who are kind of our really, really big damage dealers with this party build.
Your time is short.
You must desire rest.
And Arngrim has the Chrome Rhea sword, which gives extra damage from PWS, and then Mystina has the really strong Wand of Apocalypse that we got earlier. Alright, and that is Bloodbane's full health bar taken out in one turn, thanks to a really good setup and an optimized combo chain.
That was too easy. What's next?
Arngrim disrespecting Bloodbane there. So Bloodbane actually has one of the 4 treasures in his stomach, the Demon Sword Levantine, but we don't need that because we have better stuff already, so we're just skipping it. That's what was in that chest that Bloodbane dropped. So a couple more screens up, and we'll be fighting Fenrir, the other one of Loki's servants. One of the bits of setup that Moka did before Fenrir is actually to put the Infernus sword back onto Arngrim, which, remember, can insta-kill enemies that are ice element, and you can probably see where this is heading.
Your sins lay heavy upon you, defiler of souls. By the holy laws, you shall be obliterated.
And Fenrir just gets one-shot by Infernus after Moka used a Sacred Javelin spell to guarantee that Infernus would hit, because magic is unblockable, but regular attacks are not. Alright, so that's it for the 2 mini-bosses in Asgard Hill, so we just have a little bit of final setup eventually going to need to do, then it's time to challenge Loki. thing we want to do here is give Valkyrie the Icicle Sword, give Arngrim the Chrome Rhea again in order to boost his PWS power, and then give Arngrim also the Mighty Check, which is full status protection. And then something else Moka is going to be doing here too is actually making a save. This isn't really for safety, because Moka has the rewind feature on the remaster he can use if he needs to retry a fight or a turn of a fight or something. But this is this is specifically for the Iseria Queen incentive that that we appreciate the donations to meet. So maybe quick talk about the Seraphic Gate. So yeah, the Seraphic Gate is the kind of post-game optional super dungeon for Valkyrie Profile, which is something that Tri-Ace had in a lot of their games. And the way you get to it is by just having a save file in either Asgard Hill or Jotunheim Palace, one of the two final dungeons you can get, depending on which ending you're going for. So as part of preparing for the incentive to fight Iseria Queen, he did a few other things as part of the run, like get 3 flame jewels, which are needed for the Seraphic Gate, and then make some extra equipment. Yes, now it's time for Loki. Loki is 2 phases. This one is a little bit of a warm-up before we have the real fight, but this fight, we basically just need to survive for 3 turns before the fight just ends. And we can kind of make that just 1 turn, actually, by using Lucid Potions like we did with Genevieve, because Lucid Potions will make the user untargetable by enemies, but if you do a direct attack, then it wears off. But since all we need to do here is just survive for 3 turns, using Lucid Potions and then just using the end turn option twice will take care of that. Got kind of lucky there too, because Loki does have a few nasty attacks he can use, like one called Indiscriminate, where he uses some other spells in a chain together. But yeah, he used a pretty weak attack.
Ha! Is that the best you can do? What did you say?
Yeah. Still not really much of a match for Loki at this point, who has still has the power of the Dragon Orb.
Odin died protecting Freya.
And he kind of taunts Lenneth by
If you use the true power of the divine,
saying that she's holding back by kind of being concerned about her Einherjar behind her, and that she should let them die, and you can kind of unleash the full power she has.
the sacred treasure, your mercy shall prove to be your downfall.
No, I will not fail.
You have already failed.
Never.
So then Ragnarok begins, I believe is what's being implied here by all these explosion effects, that Loki is kind of using the destructive power that he controls thanks to the Dragon Orb to kind of initiate the end of the world. We just saw Platina's house get consumed by by Ragnarok. And just a shot of kind of the barren wasteland that's left behind.
Such power! Wonderful!
So notice how like Arngrim and Mystina are gone now too. They were unable to kind of withstand Loki's power at this point. Only Lenneth was able to withstand it.
Protect the others, and you will only guarantee your own death. Cry not, my beauty. You and I are one and the same.
I hear them.
What?
The voices of all the living souls of Midgard. And I feel them. I feel all of their pain.
What? What is this power?
And Valkyrie reveals that she now has new power that she didn't before being kind of resurrected during the events at the end of the game here, and we get a kind of a series of flashbacks to explain it to us that normally gods are static beings that can't grow, but that Odin was special because he was half god and half mortal, also known as a half elf. And it's kind of revealed here that because the homunculus body that kind of is now part of Valkyrie through the resurrection process is the body of an elf. Valkyrie is also now a half elf herself, and kind of has the same abilities as Odin as far as the ability to grow and surpass other gods.
If I were to shift my soul into the body of a homunculus, might I not become a god?
This power. It is from all of you.
And then with her new divine powers, Valkyrie basically becomes the new Lord of Creation, kind of replacing Odin, and then uses her power to kind of undo the destruction that Loki caused, and then rebuild the world, and then make all of humanity her Einherjar. Probably spin in another donation or so too while we're getting set up for the final fight.
Sure thing. I have a $25 donation here from Alicel, I hope I said your name right, who says, shout outs to the late night crew and everyone putting on this fantastic show. Y'all are amazing. Good luck to the runner and everyone yet to run. Thank you so much. So wait, you said that Valkyrie makes like all of the humans her Einherjar, but
Well, it's not. It's a little different now, I think, as far as how the rules work. Like they're not all like
Okay.
not everybody's dead now. It's just kind of
okay.
like Valkyrie is kind of the new Odin, effectively. That's terminology I've read though in like plot summaries of the story though, that Valkyrie is now the Lord of Creation and all of humanity is around Einherjar.
The power of creation? It cannot be!
Alright, so pretty shortly we'll be fighting Loki again, and then once Loki is defeated, that is going to be time for 100%. Then we'll be following that up with the Iseria Queen incentive.
Yes.
So
Now I have total power.
because of all the events here, Valkyrie is now is a lot more powerful, and actually now has a sword, a unique sword called the Glance Reviver, We saw a couple times Valkyrie use her PWS skill called Nibelung Valesti, which there's actually 3 different versions of in the game. Each one kind of getting progressively more hits and doing more damage, and then Valkyrie is now able to use the final form of Nibelung Valesti, which, well, we'll see just how powerful it is against Loki shortly, because the basic strategy for Loki 2 is kind of like Bloodbane, really, where we'd spend a turn doing setup as far as buffing our whole party's magic power, lowering Loki's physical defense, then buffing Valkyrie and Arngrim's physical attack, and then doing just a big combo with all 4 using PWS skills. But this one, unlike with Bloodbane, this one we're actually going to have Valkyrie go last in order to get the max bonus from chaining PWSs together, and we'll just see how much damage that can do.
Dark Warriors, battle awaits us.
Oh, that's really unlucky though for Valkyrie to faint though, because that's something that can happen when somebody gets attacked. They can randomly faint and then be unusable for the rest of that turn. We're gonna miss out on, I believe, using a might potion on Arngrim. I guess we'll see if that how important that is. If we can just move on without it, or if we need to kind of take another turn to fully buff Arngrim before starting the combo.
This is divine punishment. Indeed, you are.
I grow tired of you. Finishing strike. Final blast.
So then Mistina's going to do her PWS, and then we'll end with Valkyrie, and then if everything goes well, that'll be time.
Thou shalt.
Celestial Star! It shall be engraved upon your soul.
Alright, and then this is level 3 Nibelung Valesti in action.
Nibelung Valesti! Is it over? Curse you!
And time.
GG.
Thank you.
That was a really, really good run, too. I see the time's a 4:22. I believe Moka's PB is a 4:21, so that was like only like a minute or so off of his PB on this version of the game.
I never understood what was inside your heart.
So the last part of the A ending here is actually very short. We just have this kind of short scene here where
You already do.
Valkyrie is reunited with Lucien, who was also revived as part of the restoration of the world. I kind of view it that the most of the A ending is the cutscenes in between the 2 Loki fights, and then this last scene is kind of the
Lucien.
epilogue.
Shall we go?
Alright, and that is Valkyrie Profile A ending. If you actually watch all the way to the end of the credits, there's some kind of cryptic dialogue that you'll get from Lazard and Brahms. But we're just going to go ahead and restart the game and then move on to our Seraphic Gate incentive.
Okay, Seraphic Gate. Can I play the Seraphic Gate?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
OK。では、タイマー、カウントダウン OK?
Yeah, Tech, if you could restart the timer, and then Moka can give a countdown to start the Seraphic Gate. We could give this like a 20-minute estimate or so, maybe.
OK では3カウント。3、2、1、GO!
All right, so like I said earlier, the Seraphic Gate is it's a post-game super dungeon that has kind of 4 areas to it that are all themed around colors. Every room looks more or less the same too, so unless you rely pretty heavily on the in-game map system, it's very, very easy to get lost. And but fortunately, everything that we had in our endgame file carries over to the Seraphic Gate, so we do still have the dimension slip, so we can avoid the regular encounters here. So this is it. So because this is the final boss that's kind of the main incentive that we did is a super boss, Iseria Queen. We're the equipment and stuff that we have is just not going to cut it as far as fighting Iseria Queen, and that's where those flame jewels that Moka picked up in some of the hard mode exclusive dungeons are going to come in, because you see these green barriers here. There's a total of 8 of them throughout the gate, and each one you can unlock with the flame jewel. And then behind them there's kind of some of the best weapons and armor in the game, well, literally the best weapons and armor in the game, along with some secret characters too. Like you can like Freya, Brahms, and Lazard. You can actually fight and then recruit to join you. Like whenever I play the Seraphic Gate, I like to have my final party be Valkyrie plus the 3 secret characters. And then what Moka is going to be doing with the flame jewels is picking up 3 very specific weapons that he's going to be using for fighting. There's a mini boss called Gabriel Celeste that he has to fight, and then shortly followed by Iseria Queen, who's the game's super boss. And then the 3 weapons he's going to be getting are a sword for Arngrim called the Demon Sword Nefarious. Just for perspective, the Chromrea sword that he was using to fight Loki has a power of 1800, and then the Nefarious is 13,000, so that's almost 10 times higher. And then he's going to be getting 2 wands for his mages, the wand Mystic Sage, and then the Holy Wand Telos, both of which are like 7 or 8 times stronger than the wands he was using for the main story. And a little other setup he's going to be doing for Iseria Queen is switching Valkyrie to a bow called the Windless Crossbow. And then the idea there is to just kind of let Valkyrie be able to set up PWS chains and get extra hits, but use a weapon that only gives you the level 1 Nibelung Valesti, which has the shortest possible animation for it, because basically all the real damage we're going to be doing is coming from other characters, and we just need Valkyrie to kind of help set up combos. And he's also going to be equipping a accessory called the Magic Charm, which it's kind of like a slightly different version of the Angel Curio, where it gives total immunity to magic damage, but has a I think in this case, I think it's a 25% chance to break when it's used. So just doing kind of the heavy platforming part of the Seraphic Gate, which is made a fair bit easier because of the dimension slip, meaning you can avoid the encounters. But yeah, now it's time to fight Gabriel Celeste, who's really kind of a warm-up. This is with the super weapons that Moka picked up with the flame jewels. This should only take 1 full combo.
Repent!
Spell Reinforce to buff our magic, and then Might Push in to buff up Arngrim, who's going to be kind of our main damage dealer, courtesy of the Nefarious sword.
Mystic Crop!
Charge Break. I don't know if I've explained that yet, too. That's an item, because normally when you cast spells, there's a cooldown period for a couple turns. And one of the ways of reducing that is using an item called Charge Break, which just completely negates the cooldown, but also takes away a lot of the target's health, too. So we just used that to get it so Mystina could use a spell immediately afterwards. But yeah, now we're just getting set up for just a really, really big combo where that should take down Gabriel Celeste in one go.
Your time is short.
You must desire respite from the empty existence. Thou shalt Celestial Star!
Alright, and that is Gabriel Celeste defeated. Again, Gabriel Celeste, kind of more of a warm-up. Iseria Queen is much, much, much stronger. I know Gabriel Celeste shows up in some other Tri-Ace games too, like I want to say like one or more of the Star Ocean games. He's an optional boss.
Their souls have been released. We have no reason to remain here.
And the music for this place too, called Mission to the Deep Space, shows up in a lot of Tri-Ace games too, for just for the same purpose too, for the post-game Super Dungeon. All right, so the white part of the Seraphic Gate. This is probably the most fun part of the gate, if you ask me too, just because all of the regular monsters here are actually powered-up versions of major story bosses like Bloodbane, Loki, Fenrir, and so on. And then we just get through it, and here is Iseria Queen. Like I said, Iseria Queen's a lot stronger than Gabriel Celeste, so this fight has a fair bit more setup, and it's going to take a fair bit longer. It should take basically three large combos to take her out instead of just one. Noble Elixir there, which is kind of is full healing to your whole party, and this is a fight where even casually, I mean, you really need to kind of know some of the really effective ways to survive lethal damage in this game to really have a chance to beat this boss, even if you're playing normally and have much higher levels, because I think there's a very good chance we're going to see Iseria Queen's strongest attack called Empress Massacre, and just look at the numbers that are going to be showing up on the screen are just absurd as far as just how big they are. Because like that attack is pretty much almost totally impossible to survive without like a something like the Guts skill or a Angel Curio.
You must desire respite from my empty existence. Thou shalt Celestial Star!
And Iseria Queen is going to power up when she's kind of at low health too, and I'm guessing the setup that Moka is using here is kind of optimized around trying to push that off as far as possible too, as far as kind of managing the amount of damage he's doing per combo. So in addition to casting spells, giving you that cooldown period called charge time, using PWS skills does the same thing. So since we just did a full party combo, our whole party has a lot of charge time built up, and we're just using the charge break items in order to negate all of that. Iseria Queen using her PWS Cosmic Spear is what you get if you use Great Magic with the Sacred Javelin spell. Yes, you notice how Valkyrie took no damage. That was because of the magic charm that she has equipped. Alright, so just doing another combo here. Yeah, I believe we also switched over to the prismatic missile spell just in order to be able to just do better damage and get more hits towards the combo.
Finishing strike. Final blast.
I'm guessing part of that is just due to how small Iseria Queen's sprite is compared to some other bosses too. It might be easy to miss completely with Mystic Cross because of that.
Celestial Star!
Alright, so Iseria Queen's at low health now she's going to go into her second form. The music speeds up too. Alright, so now we're going to see Empress Massacre, and just look at those numbers, and she is nowhere close to done with this attack yet. I think you got him. But I think, do we have auto item though? Yes. So we have the auto item ability to just automatically use a Union Plume after somebody dies. Just kind of repeating the process now, where since our whole party has a lot of charge time, we're using charge breaks in order to negate that, so that we can get set up for the last combo to finish the fight off. And then I believe you also cannot use charge breaks on characters that are in critical health, so in order to be able to do that, we use a noble elixir in order to full heal our party. Our auto items take care of that. A little bit of a scary situation though here. All we really have to do is just kind of get a turn here where we can do a full combo, and then that'll be it. He keeps bullying Arngrim though. Like, the main thing we're looking for here is just to have preferably everybody survive this, which is something that can, even if we've broken Angel Curios at this point, I mean, if we have enough, if we get lucky with the Guts skill, it'll be good. At least giving us the opportunity to use that charge break on Jolanda. So, okay, so our whole party is free of charge time now, so just all we really just kind of need at this point is just an opening to set up our final combo. Alright, and we got it, because Jolanda survived that.
It shall be engraved upon your soul!
Yeah, so doing our final PWS combo of the run, again, using the weaker characters to start, and then ending with the stronger characters so that they get that 30% damage bonus from being the third or fourth in a PWS chain.
You still
I grow tired of you. Finishing strike. Final blast.
Arngrim always kind of really conveniently fits in third in a chain because his PWS gives you a lot of points towards getting the last one. Because every time you do a chain, you have to get more points to get back up to 100. You need 60 in order to do a fourth mon.
Celestial Star!
Alright, and that is Iseria Queen. And time!
Thank you. Very generous.
You have served me well, my Einherjar.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much for running Valkyrie Profile for us tonight, Moka.
Thank you for commentary.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
では、バイ。
All right, I hope y'all enjoyed that run of Valkyrie Profile Lenneth. 100% hard mode, all artifacts, A ending, and the bonus fighting the Iseria Queen incentive that we met thanks to all of your generous donations. That was a wonderful one. I hope y'all don't go anywhere though, because coming right up, we have Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky SC. It is a glitchless mixed turbo co-op. Please stick around. I wish I could stick around. I'll stick around and watch. Unfortunately, that is the end of my time here hosting for you. I really want to thank RPG Limit Break 2023 for the opportunity to host remotely. This is just such a fabulous marathon. I hope y'all stick around until the end. Please do remember to get your donations in to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It is such a wonderful charity. It has been my honor to help raise funds for NAMI. This is one of my favorite marathons. Now, y'all, please give it up. Even though I am leaving, there is a fantastic host taking over for me. I know that he's ready right now. Ghost Kumo is gonna be rocking the mic for you for the next few hours. Now, don't go anywhere. We have a message for you from Twitch, and then it's gonna be more RPG Limit Break 2023.
Hello, everybody. RPG Limit Break 2023. My name is Ghost Kumo, and I'm going to be your host for the next run of The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, second chapter by Champion Beef, James Picard _007, and Stolteheim. Several of these being some of my good friends. I can't wait for this run. I hope y'all are excited as I am. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I'm really excited to see this at this event. Just to let you all know, we do have a bid war going on for this run. We have met our glitch exhibition, which will be showcased after the run, but we do have a bid war for the intermission of this game, where we will spare or quote-unquote kill our good pal Mueller. So that is currently at $14 for kill and $11 for spare. So if you want to see that, get your donations in. We got a couple hours to go. And I'm just here to give you one very brief little announcement. We are going to be restarting the stream in order to reset the page a little bit. So don't go anywhere. Reset your browser if you need to. But we are just going to go offline for the briefest of moments. So please stay tuned. What's up? RPG Limit Break 2023 is proud to be supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are coming to you from the great city of Salt Lake City, Utah. We are raising money for this wonderful cause, formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. They've been a great help to several of my good friends, and you can visit their website at nami.org. You can also find them at plenty of social media sites, including at Nami on Twitter. We're just getting set up for the next run here of Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky SC. I hope y'all are having a wonderful morning. You're not going to want to miss this run. These runners have been preparing for this one for a while. And as I mentioned during the very brief period before we went offline and came back online, we do have a bid war for this upcoming run. We also have a couple of bid wars for the next few runs. So the run after this run, we have Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, which will be run by Ice Blue, Kaguya Nikki, and Leggy Starstream. And they will be having an incentive to name the 4 Warriors of Light for that run. So if you want to get in your names for that iconic RPG run, we have plenty of options available, and several of the names will be chosen. So if the top name seems out of reach, you can still donate to get one of the other ones met. We also have the names for the 3 starting characters for the later run of Wilder Myth. Currently, there is only $51 put towards that for names like Ayaya, #Null, which has apparently been coming up a few times, and our good pals at Port of Subs, who have been feeding several of our attendees here, as well as the Legend 27 as some of our options here. You can also donate to put in your own name if there's one that you particularly feel like you would like to have as a name for a character. You can go ahead and submit that there as an option. And we also have some incentives for later runs this day, including Fighting Vice 2v1 in the Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade run, which will be run later today by the _Sid, as well as Fighting Rufus Blindfolded. Currently, the Fighting Vice fight is at $550 out of $2,500. And the Rufus Blindfolded fight is at $200 out of $500. So we still got a ways to go on some of those incentives. Once again, all of your donations will be going towards NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a charity that we are very proud to be once again representing this year.